Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good day. Dan, hello, good afternoon, good morning. Please, I would like to learn something today. Can you say hello in your favorite language in the chat box? If you are learning Spanish, if you are learning French, if you are learning an African language, or if an European language, could you please say hello in the chat box? Let's know what it is, okay? I see hola by Dan. I see bonjour by Blessing. I would use my mother tongue and I will say, I just dropped my. Oh, I just sure I said ni hao. That's an Asian language, I believe. I see ndewo. Fantastic, fantastic. I see a castle by Oduayo. Okay. Wow. Okay. Ndewo. I'm learning languages here. Well, I hope we are all learning languages, ladies and gentlemen. If you're learning a language, can I see your thumbs up? Let us acknowledge. This is said a castle. Okay. That's how many languages do we have here? What is the winning language on this call? Which is the winning language? Let me see. Which one is winning, guys? Which one is winning? Yoruba is Yoruba language is winning, really? Hola is winning. Okay, that's when saying hola. Okay. I see my French people. Thank you, thank you. All right. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so officially, I would like to say welcome to us to Techstylers' 4th anniversary and our graduation ceremony. Yeah. Yes, can we see our celebration? Officially, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, wow, I still see people dropping a big bill. Austin, I'd like to understand. I'd like to know how this is pronounced. Amesiri. If I'm not wrong. But I'd like to learn it on the side. I could take that after the call. Okay. Thank you. So, hello everyone from where you're joining from. Thank you for joining our double celebration today. Our graduation for cohort 5. That's our tech deep dive training sessions and our 4th anniversary. So I'd like to say to everyone, Amyesire, Hola, Ekaso, Ekaro. I would like to say Ndewo, Ni hao, Hola, Bonjour, and you're welcome. So that's the saying hello and good morning, good afternoon in various languages. Thank you for joining us. Quick note, the session is being recorded because it's live, and we want you all to be aware of that it is being recorded and will be uploaded on YouTube for posterity purposes. We'll be celebrating ourselves through our community service, our social cause, the skill building initiatives that we have embarked on during the course of the year and course of the years. Our volunteer support programs, our mentorship programs will take you through the journeys that we've gone through over the years, first, second, third, and in the 4th year we're growing stronger every time, and we keep getting stronger and stronger, and we would, with your support and with our leaders in place, I mean, without the community, we are nothing. So we have to celebrate you. And we say thank you so much for coming on this journey with us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us part of your weekend. Thank you for always coming in every time we call you. Through the years, we celebrate you. Through either words of encouragement, even a thumbs up on LinkedIn, a like goes a long way in helping our visibility. So we say thank you. We appreciate everyone that has been a mentor, everyone that has been a supporter, everyone that has spoken at our inspirational sessions, everyone that has seen our flyer and then reposted, everyone that has referred one or two persons. Thank you for your strong support. Thank you for our MVPs. We, in fact, we are not alone in this journey, and we are very sure that you are here with us. And because of that, we know that we have backing, and we'll keep giving back to the society, keep giving back to the community at large, growing stronger and stronger. We'll also tell you our future goals and growth plans. So please stay connected. Call somebody that you want to call, and let's dive right in. And here's our agenda. We'll take you through all of this, and we would call it a wrap very soon. But before we call it a wrap, I know that we are going to stay glued because we have a lot of exciting things coming up. Thank you, blessing.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Molara, for that introduction and for putting all this together. Welcome, 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 everyone. And like she said, this is not going to be a party without everyone that's supposed to be here. So go and get all your friends, all your family members, but those you hate, those you like, those you don't like, let them join here. Those you want to learn, those you want to get to this point tomorrow. Invite all of them to attend. We're waiting for you. And before we continue, I'm Blessing Ogechimoji and I'm the community manager for Techstylers. So we're going to start with introducing Techstylers. Techstylers was founded on May 30th, 2020, and Techstylers is focused in supporting women, right? But then, as you saw for Tech Deep Dive Cohort 5, we wanted to include everyone because we had lots of persons reaching out. Even me, so when I shared the form for people to register and apply, lots of people asked us, so if I'm a woman, I can benefit from this, right? And you can see I'm repping Techstylers color code. We have the purple girl, yes, we are the women power. So, but then the leaders said, oh, let's be generous. Let's make it open for all. Because, when you train a woman, you train the nation. And that's brought about that's okay. So let's still make this open for everyone because it's still the same way. It's still the woman allowing it all for everyone. But the community is majorly focused on empowering women to bridge the gap, the gender gap in tech. We see ourselves as ladies with very important superpowers, like I mentioned, and then we love to use lots of technological skills to solve real life problems. You can see our chairman, the founders, Foyin, MJ, LA, you will hear from them and you meet lots of them and you already see how Lara is. Just check everyone out. And then not to mention our community members, like you don't want to know what they do for you to also know that all these are free of charge, done free of charge, powered by various women. Most of the classes were taught by women that are already experts in their field, in various fields. So our vision is to bring more women into tech, empower them, give them the same superpowers that we now have and set them up. Like I mentioned earlier, when you empower one woman, you're empowering an entire nation. And it's because this community was founded by women. That's why you even have this opportunity. So it goes to really show you that when you empower women, you're empowering a nation. They made it open and said, oh, let's do this. Let's accommodate everyone. Mothers are always welcoming. They welcome everyone. And it translates everywhere. So thank you, thank you, thank you. If you've not invited everyone, just drag them to come and celebrate with us. Celebrate with you that is graduating and then join in the fun. So let's kick it off. Thank you very much, Lara.
Our community manager. This our community has to keep growing because this our lady. She's fire. As in, we used to see the chat every day. She's sending everybody motivational messages. She is telling everybody, guys, you can do it. Let's do this. Let's do this. In fact, thank you so much, Blessing. Thank you for what you bring to the table. We celebrate you. We appreciate you. And now we'll be bringing up our global president. bring up our global president. That's Nilola Ademi. She's a very fantastic lady. There are so many things I can say about Nilola. I will call her LA. She she's a mentor for a lot of mentor group, ADP list, Google mentors. She's a mentor in Techstylers. She has companies running for her. She she's a public speaker as well. She's a tech startup founder. She's one woman who also grew through the ladders of tech when there were not too many women there. So she's always advocating for ladies coming on board and women being represented in the tech space. Thank you very much. So I'll bring up Ellie now.
Thank you very much, Amolara. I call her Ginger Lara. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good midnight for those of you that are in North America. I hope everyone can hear me. Thumbs up for if you can hear me, please. I want to specially welcome you and thank you so much for creating this time to be with us today on our 4th anniversary and also to celebrate our graduates that have gone, that have committed so much into these. They've committed their weekends, several weeks to be part of this community. Thank you so much. So I'm going to give us a brief of, where we've been in the last 1 year. Again, just like my colleagues have said earlier on, we have a monthly inspirational session. And if you look at the slides showing right now, these are just few of the captures that we picked out from the monthly inspirational sessions that we've had in the last 1 year. And I would like to also mention that we had our first international conference called Evolved last year, October, and it was a great success. Everyone, all hands were on deck, and you can imagine how much we had to put into these, having ladies and some men join us from all over the world. Techstylers is not only an African community, but we have people, representatives, members, committed members, volunteers, and even staff from all over the world. So we had that first event in October last year, and we're looking forward to the second event, which is even going to be bigger than the first one this year as well. We've had tremendous speakers come to speak to us, from a soft skill to core tech to do demos, all through the year. And would just like to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to them as well. During a court for this year, which is the 5th court that we have, we had great men joining us to say, we want to support what the women are doing. And our judges, as you can see on the slide, are these amazing, fantastic experts in tech that joined us. Our mentors are also on the screen there, that dedicated their Saturdays, just to impact free of charge to ladies that are already in tech and the ones that are looking to transition into tech. And some men also joined in the courts. I would like to appreciate you men that joined us, because it's not easy, being in a single gender domain. I mean, I've been there, just like Lara introduced me, so I know what it takes to lower your band and say, no matter what, I'm just going to be part of this. And we'd like to also thank the community engagement team, led by these amazing 5 women that you can see: Joy, Blessing, Taiwo, Lara, and Faith. Thank you so much. I mean, without them, I'm sure this community wouldn't have grown this much. It was amazing. We had amazing session. The increase in the growth we had this year is, I'll call it infinity, as a matter of fact, And we also had soft skill. We had soft skill by my humble self, and also by Okon, that also gave us some tips on not just the technical parts, but also how to marry both the soft skill and the technical part. Because I mean, you can't grow, you can't become techpreneurs without having those two parts merged together. So would like to thank also the courts mentors, and the team that would showcase the projects that they've done. I mean, that was part of the things that we did in the last 1 year. It was amazing to see how people from no knowledge of tech, talking tech and even showing us, showcasing the projects that they've done. Lara, can you please move to the next slide? So here we're going to look at some of the major milestones and achievements we've had. I say major because we've done much more than this. Our community, wasn't as big as it is right now. We'd like to thank you. We'd like to thank everyone that's been a member that have joined and have asked someone else to join this community. Thank you so much. Every Tuesday we send the Trivial Tuesday message, so please go to our social media handles and ensure that you join, like, engage, so that we can have more traction on Tuesdays. And every Monday we send motivational snippet as well, just to encourage you to start the day. Again, I'll say, please, we ask that you engage on all these handles so that you can help us grow the community. We have the meet and greet, we call it the town hall meeting, and this is where we ask all sorts of questions. So we give our community members to ask us questions, how you can cope as a mother, as a married woman with tech, considering the time you need to put into tech, so you can please join us during the session so that we can work together and encourage ourselves and help each other to grow in this tech journey. Over the year as well, we had introduction of the community and a social media manager. Before now, we didn't have core staff that we pay, but we hired one, and she's been amazing. She's actually taken the community from where it was to an infinity level. So I think she deserves a round of applause for that. And of course, we got another ginger TikTok social media manager, Taiwo, who also, apart from the other social media handles we had, she created the TikTok. And trust me, Taiwo is always there, showing what we've done and, bringing and expanding our presence on social media, especially TikTok. Thank you for that. So, like I said, the overview of the events that we had 2023 and 2024 has been amazing. We've increased in our food stamp all over. We've had engagements with other communities. We've been able to speak about Techstylers at other events as well, and we've been able to impact a lot of people. This year's courts, as we go on, has been one of the biggest success story of this community. And of course, another milestone, a very big milestone, is our website creation. It's been a while, and we just thought this is the time. We couldn't have done it a better time than now during our anniversary. So we'll show you, and we'll also encourage you to please engage on our website all the time. Give us feedback. We'd love to have feedback on what you think, how we can grow the community better. The events we've had also over the last 1 year is the inspirational session that I talked about every last Saturday of the month at 6 p.m. West African time. We had our first international conference, which I mentioned, and the Tech Deep Dive. The Tech Deep Dive is a once a year free training for female, but we encourage men to join, and it's free, every Saturday. So it's an amazing session for you to learn everything tech. We have the subjects that we teach, or rather the what's the word now, the areas that we teach in tech. So we would like you to also be part of this community so that you can, learn one or two things, move from one role in tech to another. Again, we've had various activities, like I said, with other platforms. We were able to speak at the Power Platform for this year, 2024. I had the privilege to talk on, AI and the future work, and to represent Techstylers, and it was an amazing session. The growth we've had this year is, I mean, it's infinity. let me put it that way. It's incredible. We struggled from about 100 to getting over 1,500 as we speak. I mean, that is just amazing, and I think we deserve a round of applause for all of us that have put in so much to invite people. I want to see the virtual clap. Thank you so much. So I'll go quickly to the membership impact. How have we been able to impact our members? Our co-founders, Foyi and MJ, thank you for giving us this platform, because without you, we probably won't have the number of women we currently have in tech as we speak. I mean, I'm an advocate of more women in tech. We have less than 30% of women in tech, and we need to grow that number, hopefully by 40 to 45%. And thank you for creating this community for us. We can't thank you enough. The two of them were promoted to regional directors in Microsoft, and we just like to celebrate them for this achievement. We also have one of our ginger ladies, Joy, that was also nominated for Cybersecurity Woman of the Year award. I think this also deserves some love and accolades. Thank you so much for representing us in this award. We also had nomination of award for Women Network Global, and again, my humble self, I got nominated as the executive director for IIET. IIET is an Institute of Innovation, Emerging Technology, and it just shows that what the work we do, is being noticed by people, for them to call us to nominate us for that. And I also joined the network of women network as well, and this is also an achievement for Techstyler community. We had successful MVP renewals. Amazing. I mean, to be an MVP alone with Microsoft is a big deal. To even have it renewed is a bigger deal. So I think they deserve some show of love and virtual clapping and appreciation as well. Thank you so much for putting in everything and for getting these renewals. And I know that many more people will get the MVP award for Microsoft this year. I can just feel that. Then we also had members that worked with global tech companies. We've had members that have relocated. They got a job after they had their last course training last year. They got jobs, international jobs, and they were selected. They now work in global companies. We just like to appreciate you for putting in your best and ensuring that you were able to use the knowledge that we've given to you, because that's our joy, really, seeing you guys up there and knowing that you started your humble beginning from the Techstylers community. We also had lots of registration. Just like I said, we moved from the hundreds, we're now in talking thousands. Our mentors also grew to 30. You can imagine having 30 women dedicating their time free of charge just to mentor, just to have career guidance, just to encourage people. I mean, this is amazing. I think they deserve a round of applause as well. And also thank you to our social media manager, who has increased the LinkedIn presence to 22%. 22% is huge when you're working on when you're talking about social media. Getting 22% increase, it's a big deal. And we also have some mentees gone through this training that have now transition to become mentors. So that means there's promotion even in the community. And for those mentees that have become mentors, we'd like to say big thank you to you for taking up this as a passion to say, you know what, I've gained a lot from Techstylers and I also want to give back. Thank you so much for this. We've also used different and various strategies, to attract new members, and we are very glad that we can see results in thousands, just like I said. And we know that these benefits that the members have is not just going to stop here. So right now, I would like the drums to roll and the love and the appreciation, the claps, emojis, as we show you our website. Omolara, can you please click on it and let's just show. Can you click on the link? Is it possible, Lara? Otherwise, please look at the link and on your various devices, just engage. Let's see. Let's review the analytics of the website today and see thousands of people, that must have viewed the website. Thank you for the team that put this together. It's so beautiful. It's amazing. The content is incredible, and there's a lot to learn. There are videos are there. If you've missed any of our courses, please go back there and also learn a lot. Can we go to the next slide, Lara, please? All right. So before I hand over. Thank you. Thank you. Before I hand over to Lara, can you join? Thank you. Before I hand over to our keynotes, there's something I like to do, and I like to please take permission, the co-founders, and I'm sure they already have given me that permission in advance. Would like to especially, everyone that has worked with us, both volunteers and paid staff, would like to especially thank you. We love you from the depth of our heart. But I like to especially honor someone with, I don't know if I can share my screen. Omolara, do I have the access to share my screen? Okay, so if I can't, I'll probably drop it I'll probably drop the recognition in the chat box later.
You can share your screen now.
All right. So I like to especially, recognize on behalf of myself and also the co-founders and all the executive. I like to especially recognize an amazing person, and I'll tell you why the person is amazing. Some of us are in Africa, and we know the time difference between Africa and North America. And this person, I used to think I have all the ginger. I used to think, I'm the only one that only have 3 hours sleep every day. But I met someone, not only my match, but has surpassed my expectations. And this is one person that would, while we are awake in Africa, this person is awake in North America, working and asking you for updates, asking you for feedback, asking you and you're wondering what's going on. While we are sleeping in Africa, for some of us that are always awake till 2, 3 a.m., this person is asking you for updates, and I'm wondering, how is this person doing it? So this moment, I want to use it to say a big thank you to Omolara. I'm sure a lot of you have seen her messages, and you're wondering, oh, Lara, I'm sure Lara is she's probably in Nigeria. Lara lives in North America, and she works round the clock, and she's a volunteer. She's not paid. She's a volunteer, and she's putting so much into this. I would just like to say thank you so much for all that you do. For some reason, I don't know why I can't share this, but I'll probably just drop it in the chat. Your recognition award, and would like to say a big thank you for all of this. We do recognize what you do. We thank you. We can't thank you enough, and we know that God will bless everything that you lay your hands to do. you so much. So can we go back to the slide so that I can introduce our guest speaker for today? Thank you. Apologize, Omolara, that I can't see this. I still want to see the love going to Omolara. I'm sure a lot of you have seen her messages and all of that. But please send the love, send the clappings, the virtual clapping and love and everything, just to show her that we love her and we're very grateful for all that you do, Lara. We're very, very, very grateful. So while we wait to introduce our guest speaker for today, I'll also try and see how I can share this. Otherwise, I'll share it at the end of the um, program. I'll send it to Lara. For some reason, Lara probably just stopped me from sharing this. She probably didn't know what it was. I was like, okay, so what does she want to share? So Lara, please, can we can you please take me to the slide where we will have guest speaker for today? All right. So can we have this in the slide mode, Lara, please? Thank you. I haven't seen the slide yet. I don't know if it's just me. Thank you. All right. So at this time, I like us to start clapping, showing some love as I introduce our guest speaker. Our guest speaker is one amazing, incredible woman that we all look up to, and we appreciate her for all that she has done in tech and she's still doing. She's Mrs. Mojisola Shodunke, and Mrs. Mojisola Shodunke is a visionary leader. She's been around for over 30 years. She has expertise in every areas of tech you can ever imagine, and she's combined this with expertise in customer service, which is very difficult because most of us in tech are also techie. We don't consider our customers, but she's been able to marry the customer service expertise with the tech expertise. She's the MD CEO of Ashim. Ashim is a software solution, a tech solution that believes so much in training and delivering bespoke IT solutions to companies, and they've helped several companies here in Nigeria, West Africa. Her career, like I said, began 30 years ago, and she started as a salesperson where she was able to understand the customer's need, was able to profile what the customer would need so that the company or their businesses can grow. And she's done this using technology solutions. She also rose to the rank of an MD CEO, from scratch. It wasn't like she just, started off as the MD CEO. Lara, I need you to reduce this, please, so that I can see the other part of. All right, thank you. So she actually rose to the rank of MD CEO, and she rose to that rank through, determination. What Blessing said: if you train a woman, you've trained the whole community or the whole nation. So she did this with several innovative strategies that she brought to the company, and also the fact that she was able to profile her customer and also satisfy the customer. Our IT landscape understanding grew, and from the IT market dynamics, all through, and she was able to increase the sales of Ashim and also the service that the customers of the company, experience. Like I said earlier, she's customer centric, and she has also brought this approach to Ashim, where she's been able to offer accessible, efficient, and customer-focused solution. So she doesn't just go to customer to sell the solution. She understands what the customer is going through and prefers solution that will be needed for that particular activity or process or product or service that the customer needs. She has an exemplary leadership style. She operates an open door policy where you don't see and say, oh, madam, you have access to her. You can talk to her. You can, share your IT ideas, innovative ideas to her. And she's not just a leader that sits back to read newspaper and drink coffee. She's an hands-on leader, that knows her onions. She's involved in the strategic planning of the organization, the day-to-day operations. She knows how a team are faring. She feels their pain, and she's able to also give that motivational support to them. Ashim has a culture of fostering innovation. So if you're very innovative, Ashim is a place to be, and they encourage innovation. They encourage accountability, integrity, and exceptional customer service as well. A personal connection, builds loyalty, and that's one thing you find in most female leaders: loyalty, trust, integrity. If you have all those qualities, you know that you can sync and work very well with Mrs. Shodunke, excellently. And this has helped her to drive the company's growth exceptionally. A personal interest, apart from reading, is family time. And trust me, it's very difficult for someone that's been in over 20 years experience in tech to marry family and tech together. But she's been able to do this excellently well. While she enjoys reading, while she enjoys her tech journey, she has also, put together her family, and she's always having that family time. She supports education. She's passionate. Just tell her about, children from primary to even PhD level, talking about tech. She's always there to support. We like to use this opportunity to say thank you to Ashim for all the support that they've given to Techstylers. And she's always willing to bridge that digital divide. And finally, for Ashim, as a vision, and the vision of the organization is to have continued success and also lasting impacts in the tech industry. With this, I'd like you to show some love, appreciation, virtual clapping, virtual hug, as we welcome Mrs. Mojisola Shodunke, the MD CEO of Ashim Limited. Thank you so much for this time, and thank you for speaking with us today. Over to you, Lara, and please enable Mrs. Shodunke to share her slide. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Niniola. And I want to say congratulations to every one of you on your 4th anniversary celebration of impacting life in the lives of women in the tech industry. I'm really very proud of you all for your passion and dedication for giving back to the community. Sorry, because of internet challenge, I will not be able to share my video, but I believe you'll be able to hear me. Can I share my screen now?
You should be able to,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
Up.
Okay. Once again, everyone, thank you for having me here today. I'm really very excited to share my journey of becoming a tech entrepreneur and how I turn my dreams into a reality. And I hope by my sharing my story, I can inspire you all to pursue your own passions and goals in the tech industry. Today, I am not here as someone who took the conventional route in the tech industry, but as someone whose journey has been fueled by passion, purpose, and a relentless drive to make a difference. My name is Mojisola Shodunke, and I am the MD, CEO of Ashim Limited. Today, I want to share with you the essence of transforming your dreams into reality in this fast evolving tech landscape. The tech industry, as we all know, is characterized by rapid innovation, ever evolving technologies, and a wild spectrum of opportunity for those looking to make their impact. More than 30 years ago, I began my career in the trenches of sales and customer service, without a college degree to my name. Yet, here I am, leading a company that is at the forefront of technological innovation. So, how does one journey from those humble beginnings to the M of a tech company? The answer lies in harnessing your passion and navigating your path with unwavering purpose. Firstly, understand that passion is the fuel that drives innovation. In the tech industry, where change is constant, your enthusiasm for learning and adapting is what sets you apart. So I will encourage you, embrace every opportunity to learn, be it through formal education, online courses, or hands-on experience. Remember, knowledge in tech is not static. It's always changing. It's dynamic. So this continuous learning and adaptation is not just a necessity, but a powerful tool that will keep you at the forefront of the industry, empowered and capable of keeping you with the pace of the change. And whereas purpose, on the other hand, is your compass. It guides your decisions, your career trajectory, and ultimately your contribution to the world. In the rapidly evolving tech landscape, it's easy to get lost in the pursuit of the next big thing. However, grounding your endeavor in a clear purpose, be it solving a specific problem or making technology accessible to all, ensures that your work not only drives profits, but also makes a meaningful impact. The journey was not without its share of challenges. There were moments of doubt, failures that felt insurmountable, and sometimes when the path forward was anything but clear. Imagine in 2004, I worked for an IT firm. We just resumed back to work after the Christmas holiday. We had our first meeting where we set our new targets. At the course of the meeting, we asked for our previous sales commission. And the next day, our appointment was terminated. My co-founders and I, we were devastated. Imagine the beginning of a new year when everybody has spent all day for Christmas and are just waiting till the end of January so that they can get their salaries. Here we are in this dilemma. We went to our mentor who encouraged us, motivated us. We started looking for a new job. One day, our mentor called us and said, "You ladies, there's nothing God can do. You know the market, and this is not your first time of having this experience with firms that you have worked with when they promise to give you this, when it's time, they will give one excuses or the other. You know the market. You are the one that speaks to these customers. So why don't you start your own company?" Yes, we took up that challenge with God on our side. Yes, it wasn't easy. It wasn't. We started the company in our 2-bedroom flat with nothing but God, a computer, a printer, and our heads full of ideas. We had to prove ourselves every step of the way. But with each challenge, we grew stronger. The company slowly began to gain traction, attracting the attentions of partners and customers alike. Today, Ashem is making waves in the tech industry. And it's all started with God's guidance, fueled by passion and guided by purpose. I want to go back memory lane just to show you the picture of then Ashem. This was our bedroom, sorry, our living room rather. We divided it into two. The front, we have a whiteboard that divided, the reception from the staff room. This is where we started. You can see how our words and the OEM competencies on the board. We were proud. We were passionate about what we do. Then this is our staff room at the other end of it, where our staff were seated. We started humble beginnings. And then Hashem received several awards, recognition, competencies from Microsoft, Cisco, Sophos, SolarWinds, and much more, so many more. We received in 2013 and 2015 and 2018 Microsoft Country Partner Awards for Nigeria. I will have, shared with you the story of Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Michael Dell. But I said, no, let me share my own story so that at least it can resonate. This is Nigeria, this is Africa, and it's possible. If you have the passion and you have the purpose driving you. So my advice to the aspiring IT professional here today, remember that your journey may not always follow a straight line. That's constant because sometimes life do happens. But be prepared to pivot, to reassess, and if necessary, to chart a new course entirely. The field of technology is expansive, housing countless issues waiting for creative solution. So, my dears, equip yourself with determination and focus, poised to seize opportunities that some may see as roadblocks or obstacle. So, discover what you love and care about. Follow your passion. Following your passion, rather, will fuel your motivation and creativity and resilience. To define your purpose, understand why you do what you do and the impact you want to make. Your purpose will guide your vision, your mission, and your values. And embrace challenges. And don't fear difficulties, failures, or uncertainties. These challenges will help you grow, learn, and improve. Seek support. Seeking support is crucial. Don't try to do everything alone. Seek out mentors, peers, communities for advice and inspiration. Don't be shy. Being adaptable means not getting stuck in one way of thinking or doing things. It is important to be open to new ideas, opportunities, and feedback. Adaptability will help you innovate, collaborate, and succeed. As I conclude, I want to leave you with this thought. Dreams are the seed of reality, but it takes passion, purpose, and perseverance to turn them into something tangible. As we all know, the tech landscape is vast and full of opportunities for those who dare to dream big and work hard. So I challenge each of you to take your dream and turn it into your reality. Lead with passion, act with purpose, and who knows, you might just be the next great story in the tech industry. I want to emphasize it again. As you embark on your own career in tech, no matter what level you are, remember that your own unique experiences are your strength. Dream big, stay passionate, and let your purpose guide you as you turn your dreams into reality. I want to say thank you for listening to me, and I hope that telling my story has inspired you. Thank you, and God bless you all. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
you, ma.
We're just
We're
catching
taking
our
it
breath.
all in. We're taking it all in. We're taking it all in. And the comment section is buzzing, and in fact, your calm voice, I was just like this. Because I was like, okay, let me keep listening. It's so therapeutic. Thank you, ma.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. I can't celebrate you enough, ma'am. I have to call one of our co-founders, MJ, to come and please do justice to this celebration, because I can't say thank you to the extent to which we as Techstylers are grateful. So for those in cohort 5, you would have been seeing some maybe Microsoft MOCs, the tenants. You see some platforms, you have some work environments, some assessment links that have been shared to you, a few awards, and some of those incentives, a good percentage of them have come from this calm voice that we just heard and from the entire company. So, and that's why I want MJ Olajumoke to do justice to saying thank you on our behalf.
All right. Thank you so much, Omolara. I think now everybody has seen me when I was still because I can see a lot of people. So, I mean, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ma. We cannot thank you enough. And I want to say once again, I mean, we appreciate all that you've done for Techstylers. You appreciate all that how you believed in us, to be honest. I mean, a lot of time I just walk to you and then ask you, Ma, please, can you help us with this? And the beauty about all of this is that even just like she puts in the comments section is that she doesn't do it like it is for the women community alone. I mean, if there is any company in Nigeria that supports a lot of the tech community is Ashem. And that's what Sheyi was saying in the comment. I mean, you can just walk up to her and she's there to support all of the time. Thank you so much. We cannot thank you enough, Ma. I'm, for one, my head is swelling. I keep telling people on the chat, that's my MD, that's my mentor, So thank you for the many numerous gifts you've given to us, the gift of space, the gift of resources, the gift of even human resources, to be honest, giving us this platform. The truth about it is that anytime I meet people and then people ask me, oh, how come you're like this? And I'm telling them, I keep telling people sometimes, I said, it's because I have wings from people that have invested in my life, and then they also take time to encourage me, and that is the reason I'm here. And that is one of the reason that every time people see me, it's more like, oh, MJ, how did you do this? How did you come about this? It's because of people like you. Thank you so much. Techstylers cannot thank you enough, Ma, to be honest. We really, really appreciate you. And thank you for sharing your story with us. It resonates. I'm sure that a lot of us are actually right now, it's more than inspired, to be honest. A lot of us are already looking at, oh, this is the trajectory I want to take my career, and this is how I'm going to do it. So thank you so much. The message is timely. Thank you. I don't know how much to thank you, but I just say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yes, my kisses all over this face. Thanks so much. So moving on, I'll quickly share my screen. And then to be able to, I'll quickly share my screen, and then Lara, please let me know when you can see my screen, please.
Yes, can see it.
All right. Okay, great. Now, one of the things we do in Techstyler is the tech deep dive, and then it is actually an annual training program which is strategically crafted really to empower the community through the provision of comprehensive technical skills across a diverse range of technical stack really. And what do I mean by that? You can see from the tracks that we have tracks on app development, which covers Power Apps and then Power Automate. We have data, which covers courses around Power BI. We have cloud computing, which also covers courses on Azure, and then security, Microsoft data security to be more specific. And then for Copilot, which is recent, we had courses around Power Platform and Copilot Studio. And then for the UI UX, we did Figma. Now, one of the things we did extra this year was that alongside our tech deep dive, we were able to also infuse some form of soft skills. So we have soft skills coming up from project management, around project management, time management, presentation skills, and then all of that. We had opportunity to meet our mentors and then to have a one-on-one conversation with them and for them to encourage us. These are some of the activities we put in place this year. Now, a lot of the things we did was actually to ensure that our story this year is different. And why? Because we wanted to make more stride this year. We wanted to make more stride, we wanted to make a difference this year. Now, the good thing about it is that when the registration came out, I think we had the highest registration so far since the inception of Techstylers. We had a registration of over, okay, let me be more specific because I can't say someone is 797 and a half. So let me be more specific. We have over we had 797 registration around those three courses, and we have 30 mentors that Ellie already mentioned. And now the most interesting part of it was the project. What did we do differently this year was that we had about 17 project groups, and we were very strategic. Reason was because we wanted to be more realistic around the project deliveries that our participants are going to be doing, because we want to create, for those that are not working already, we want to mimic very close to them a real life scenario that they can relate to in the workplace. And for those that are already working and are looking at changing maybe their career path, we wanted also them to have like, what will it be like if I begin this career journey? What will it be like working with team? What will it be like taking real life scenario challenges and then resolving problem around it? Now, some of the things that we were excited about is not only about the turnout rate of the students, because a lot of students successfully completed their program. We had like 85% success rate. The fact that the dedication that was noticed among some of them was what was very, very interesting. Now, I'm going to be moving on to some of the projects that we did. Now, like I said earlier, there are 17 projects. Out of these 17 projects, 7 was dedicated to the Azure track, because we had projects that were specifically Azure related, and so we're looking at real life scenario that Titi came up with. Kudos to her. Thank you so much, Titi, for the dedication. And then Sarah and then Tosin, the three of you were amazing, and they came up with this list of projects dedicated to Azure track. I'm sorry, I don't know why. Maybe for one reason I don't have that on my slide now, but I just want to mention it. Now, the remaining 10 projects were dedicated for app development. And why I will use the word app development is because I wouldn't want to say it is only just word for Power Platform. And the reason is this. What we did differently was to say we pick participants from each of the tracks and then use them to form a group. So for an HR onboarding app, for an example, what we did is pick participants from Power Platform, pick participants from data, which is the Power BI track, pick participants from the security track, and then pick also participants from the UI UX track. And other participants that we pick were also from the co-pilot track, and then bring them all together. What we're trying to achieve with that is that whatever you've been taught in your track, come and put it now into play into this app development that you're doing. So we have applications ranging from HR onboarding, retail chain loyalty solution, expense management solution, equipment performance monitoring app, all the way to smart contract app for legal firm, and then event management application. So what we did was to ensure that a lot of these things come together, and then they rub minds together and see how they can resolve these real life scenarios. So we're able to mimic to some extent what they will be facing when they go to work. And that was what we're able to achieve. And it was amazing because a lot of us, we see the result, we saw what came out of it, because it was actually mind-blowing, a lot of the things we saw at the end of the day. Now, what were we after in the cohort 5 project showcase? A lot of the things we did was we were trying to test their technical skills. Now we're trying to test the technical skills around requirement gathering and analysis, around the research methodology, because they were presented with different industries and verticals. They were meant to think, they were meant to research, how does this industry work? I don't know anything about legal firm, but how does a legal firm do things around contracts, contract recording, and then contacts recording? How did they do things like that? I don't know anything about health, but when it comes to an hospital management system, how do I go about it and all of that? So we gave them the opportunity to do some form of research, and then we tested them on the way they build the app. What is their thinking pattern? What were they able to, what was their design concept? And then we looked at the aspect of security. It is not enough for you to build an app. What are the security measures you're going to put in place on those apps? And then more importantly, we want them to think not just as a technical person, because a lot of time that is the problem. Technical people, you have technical people, even for a non-technical problem, we tend to speak a lot about everything in a technical way. The other day I was having a discussion with someone, and then it was just something that does not need any, just for lack of better word, maybe common sense, but it just went all the way technical about it. And that's one of the problems. So we find the problem sometimes, that sort of problems, when we're building applications for people in an organization, we are too technical in our thinking that we don't even think sometimes of, okay, what is the business really need? What do they really need to think from a business angle? So we wanted our participants to have that form of experience, and then we give them something to do that. Okay, let's see. From an executive level, they may not be bothered about, they want to look at the app and all of that. They may just want to look at the visualization, the analysis, they want to have insights. So we brought them together and said, okay, give us data analysis and reporting on all of this app. And then what about the user interface? How do you relate to the user? How do you make the user feel comfortable with the app you're building? Those are the things we wanted to text from them from a technical angle. Then from the soft skill angle, we wanted to see communication. How are they able to build on their communication skills, on their presentation skills? What about critical thinking in terms of innovation? How innovative are you? How do you think? How do you put this concept that you have formed in your mind into something tangible that I can relate with? Those were some of the things we wanted to test from them. And then some things around their problem analysis skills, which is some of the things that is critical for anyone in this fast evolving technology space that we are in right now, especially if you are doing anything even around artificial intelligence. You want to be more specific around problem solving analysis. Your problem solving analysis skills needs to come top notch in any interview session. And one of the things we said we want to do is that we just don't want to say, oh, people, our participant go sit in any interview room. We want to get them job ready. We want them not to just say, oh, I am a fast learner, because for most organizations, they're not looking at fast learners these days. We want them to tell people that are interviewing them to say, oh, this is what I can do. I participated in this. I've built this. I've done this. And believe me, if you employ me, I'm not only a fast learner, but I can take your organization from year to year by contributing in this way, and because I have done this. Those are the kind of conversation we know organizations today are looking to hear from people. So we wanted them also to work as a team. We wanted them to learn how to work as a team, because yes, you're going to come meet people that are different, far away from your thinking pattern and all of that. Behavioral patterns are different, but how do you work together and all of that? And then we wanted to teach them a little bit of client interaction, because most times, like I said, technical people are too technical to the extent that questions that are meant to be asked a client to get the business need to understand, so that you can deliver value and not just create a solution. We wanted them to learn it. And those are some of the soft skills that we tested from this. And believe me, they did justice. They were fantastic. They were beautiful. And I am so glad to be part of this. Once again, I want to say a very big thank you to our mentors, our tech mentors. You guys did a fantastic job. The project supervisors, you're just a call away, and then you were able to show up. I can't thank you enough. I want to say a big thank you also to our judges. Yes, we just reach out to you just one day, and then you guys are on the call to evaluate all of these people. Thank you so much. So I can't wait, honestly, to wow you, or let me say, for our participants to wow you with the things that they have done. And then with that, I'm going to be handing the session over to Taiwo. Taiwo, are you there? Because I'm handing it over to you immediately to take it on. So these are some of the things that our Tech Deep Dive Court session has been able to achieve. I hope I've been able to give you just a little bit of idea of what you're waiting to get, even as we take you through the next events, the next agenda of the event. Taiwo, are you there?
Yes, MJ, I'm here. Hi, everyone. Good day.
Fine. I'm going to stop sharing. Or do you want me to continue sharing for you, I think?
Yeah, I have my screen. I could share from here directly.
Okay, then. All right. That's great. Let me just stop sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I want to believe that everyone can see my screen. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Taiwo. I am the head of social medias at Techstylers. To continue in our anniversary graduation and anniversary program, I'm going to be doing a quick game with everyone. It's just an icebreaker, just to get participation, active participation. So real quick, I'm going to be showing you some brands. Some are Nigerian-based brands, some are global brands. So what we're going to be doing is, how well do you know these brands? You are just going to, when you see the logos, you're just going to identify in the comment section. The truth is, there's no prize, there's no first position, and there's no last position. But I mean, we just want to have ourselves to interact with these logos. So I'll appreciate active participation. Once you see the brands, just tell me what comes to your mind. What's the first thing you think about when you see any of these logos? So are we ready to get started? Yes, we are. All right, let's go. Yeah. Who can identify this? And what do you see? What comes to mind when you see this? Yeah, this is Gucci. And what does Gucci do? Yeah, thank you so much. This is Gucci. Correct. So when you see Gucci, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? That's right. Clothing. Yeah. Watches, bags. That's correct. Luxury, fashion accessories. Thank you, Rachel. Yeah. Correct. Thank you. Next. What brand is this? That's correct. Netflix. I know so many of us have Netflix movies rolling right now. Yeah. So what comes to mind when you see Netflix? Yes, entertainment. That's correct. Movies, interesting. Yeah, movies. I particularly love to see series, Netflix series. Yeah, that's right. All right, moving forward to the next. Yeah. So we have Old Navy. Yeah. Thank you. Ellie. Ellie is such a jeans lover. Jeans. I mean jeans of denim, not social media jeans. Yeah, Old Navy. And I particularly think that Old Navy has the best jeans brand. Agree with your ancestors. Yeah, Old Navy also does like graffitis, jeans, clothing accessories. Old Navy is a fashion brand, fashion wear. That's correct. Thank you. All right. Kudos to y'all. All right, let's move on to Sarah V. When you see Sarah V, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Rachel, I know what you did there. Yeah, so skincare, exactly. Thank you, Amarachi. Body skincare, facials. I mean, those of you that are into skincare, you know CeraVe. CeraVe is very pricey. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, thank you. CeraVe is into skincare. So when next you see this brand, the first thing that comes to your mind is skincare, right? Let's move on to the next. Yeah. So I know some of our guests are international audience, but for those of us who are Nigerians and in Nigeria, when you see this, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Yeah. Yeah, but what is this? I know that this is Nigeria, but what exactly is this? I think we were taught in primary school, for those of us that are in Nigeria. Hello, Damilola. This is nowhere close to the police. Amarachi, yeah, this is not our new anthem, ma'am. This is Nigerian coat of arms. Thank you, Titi. Yeah, it signifies strength. It signifies unity, faith. Nigeria, our country. That's correct. Our leadership. So yeah, for those of you saying Nigeria, this is technically talking about our nation. So this is our nation's identity in coat of arms. Thank you so much for your contribution so far. So are we ready to go to the next? Let's go. Oh, I think I missed one. All right. Yeah. So here we are. When you see this logo, what is the first thing that you think about as a brand? Yeah, this is Jumia. I mean, yeah, everybody knows Jumia. That's correct. Uzumaka shopping. Yeah. E-commerce. Thank you, Amarachi. That's the first thing that also came to my mind. Buy. Yeah. I mean, when you start on Jumia, could be on your bed and the next thing you're getting is just debit alert. Online shopping. Yes, that is what comes to mind when we see Jumia. It's e-commerce, online shopping. What we have as Amazon. Yeah. So this is Jumia, spending lots of money, lots of debit alert, left, right, and center. That is Jumia. Yeah, let's move to the next. Aha! Now we're gonna see who are the real fans. So when you see this logo, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Okay. MOD. We're not doing, oh sorry, Adeshewa, we're not doing wrong answers only. We're doing correct answers only. Yeah, football. Real Madrid. Actually, this is not Barcelona Miracle. Sorry. This is Real Madrid logo. And it's a Spanish football club. So when you see this, the first thing that should come to your mind is football. Yeah, club side football. Yes. And this is Real Madrid logo. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next. Okay. Now we're gonna know who are the real citizens of Nigeria. When you see this logo, what is the first thing that comes to mind, or what do you identify by this? Oh, nice. Are we clapping for ourselves? Kudos, 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 kudos. Please clap for yourselves because this is fantastic. Yes, this is the logo of Nigerian Army. And when you see this logo, the first thing that should come to your mind is protection, protection of human lives, protection of border, protection of territories, because that is what they identify as. This is the army of the Nigerian logo. This is the logo of the Nigerian army. Sorry. God bless the Nigerian army. Thank you so much, y'all. And yeah. So when you see this, what is the first thing that comes to mind, everyone? Yeah, this is threads. How many of us still have our threads application? I don't think I still have it anyway. But I mean, all of us ran to open this. I mean, most of us anyway. I'm not sure if all of us. So this is Threads. Threads is like a subsidiary social media of Instagram. Yeah. So we went to Threads that time that Elon Musk was doing anyhow, you know. But yeah, this is Threads. Long thread and short thread, I remember. Yeah, but I mean, now this is logo of Threads. Thank you so much. Threads as a social media platform. Yeah, thread is a little thread. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Next, this is the next logo. When you see this, what is the first thing you think about? Rolex. Yes, luxury watch. That is the word, luxury. And yeah, I mean, they are like 5,000 naira Rolex. So just choose your Rolex. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. Joy, I see what you did there. So Rolex is a luxury brand, luxurious wristwatches. Not everybody can afford the real Rolex. So when you see Rolex, the first thing that should pop in your mind is luxury watches. Thank you. All right, up next. Aha. Oh yeah. So when you see this, what comes to your mind? Yay! That's right. Yeah, this is Tesla logo, and Tesla is an electric car brand, luxury car. Exactly. Elon Musk. Exactly. Yeah, if you say Tesla, you say Elon Musk, you say electric cars, you say Texas, you are all correct because that's the first thing that comes to mind when we see this logo. And for some very strange reasons, I'm so in love with Tesla's Cybertruck. I don't know. Anytime I see it on the streets, I always lose my manners. But yeah, thank you to Elon Musk. So this is the Tesla logo. All right, let's move to the next one. Oops. Yeah. So when we see this, what is the first thing that we think about? That's right. Yes. Yes. Paris 2024 Olympics, sports, yeah, gymnastics, sprints, whatever sporting events you can think about, it comes up once in 4 years, and this is the rings of the Olympics. Fun fact, I used to know these rings by their colors, but some time ago, someone asked me exactly how they were represented, and I couldn't remember. So you might want to know how the colors come together because sometimes they are used as icebreakers. They will not teach you in school. You're welcome. So this is the Olympic logo. This is logo of the Olympics. Yeah, sporting events and anything that has to do with sporting activities. Yeah. So next, this is quite hard, but yeah, I mean, anyone who knows this is an Odogures. So when you see this logo, what do you think about? No, this is not Forbes. Thank you for participating, John. No, this is not final. Money people, tech people. No, this is nowhere close to. My God, what's happening in this conversation? I don't even know what FUBU is, to be honest. But yeah, someone got it. Finally. No, it is not FBI. We are not security. We are not security conscious. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. Thank you, Ellie. They deal with beauty accessories, clothing, and anything beauty, makeup, skincare. Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. I mean, most of us know Rihanna. Most of us in the world. Rihanna is a musician. Yeah. And this is her brand. It's Fenty Beauty by Rihanna. And yeah, so let's thank you so much for your contributions. Please clap for yourselves. You've done well. You've done well. You've done well. Good job. All right. This is Agidigba. This is the best of them all. So when you see this logo, what is the first thing that comes to mind? I want us to take it over in the comment section. What comes to mind when you see Techstylers? Yeah, all of us. We went. Who am I? Literally. Literally demonstrating all of us that it's like all inclusiveness. Women in textilers. Yeah, women in tech. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, Fuyi and Jumoke, that's all right. They are top mentors and they are co-founders. Yes, they come to mind when we see Techstylers. Diversity, inclusion, that's right. Women in tech. And the men that love them. Okay, that's correct. A man that loves a woman in tech. Okay, love that. Training and the opportunity to connect with individuals from different parts of the world. Rachel, you're absolutely right. Oh, yeah, I hope so too. Girls in tech, MJ. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Tech buddies, too much. Our men in virtual skirts. Yes, I agree absolutely. Yeah, I just wanted to give you all time to really talk about Techstylers. You talk about mentorship, we talk about tech deep dive, we talk about learning, we talk about there's so much that networking opportunities. I mean, many of us have met very great people on this platform, Techstylers, because we're members of a thriving woman community. So when you see Techstylers, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Thank you so much. We are so proud to be members of Techstylers, and we love ourselves and we love what we do for the brand. Yeah, thank you for your answers. I hope you enjoyed this session. I really hope you do, because I did. I did enjoy while putting this together, because I was like, what do we need to learn? What do we need to know? But yeah, I'm glad that this came together pretty much. So thank you so much. I'll stop sharing my screen now because we're going to the next segment. Yeah, moving on, we are going to be introducing our Tech Deep Dive Code 5 demo group presentation. And NG has spoken so well about the groups, about what we looked out for. So we had about 17 groups who presented, and out of these 17 total groups, 4 of them are going to be having their demos today. Not because they were the best groups, but because many of the projects are ready at this time. So it's not like the other groups did not do well. Everyone did a fantastic job. We were really proud of what you did. I mean, I feel like every speaker right before now has spoken about the group project. So I want you to know that you did a great job. So first, we're going to be having the first 2 demos. Azure Group D, your project is centered on storage and data. Power Platform Group C, your project is centered around expense management app. And then Azure Group D, storage and data protection solution for social company. You have 10 minutes for each presentation, just so you know that time is also factored in what the judges are looking at. And for the next 20 minutes, we're going to be taking each of these groups. So Power Platform Group C, Azure Group D. I hope you're ready. Let's take the Power Platform Group C first.
All right,
I hope you're ready.
Taiwo.
Take
I
it
don't
away.
want them to be under pressure. We're not assessing them. We just want them to come and wow us. So judges are not, no judges assessing you, please. All right then.
Good day, everyone. So I'm just going to try and share my screen. Good day, everyone. I'm Adeshawa Azan, and I'll be presenting all protocols duly observed because of the time, and I'll be presenting our group's project, Group C's project, the Exit Expense app. And these are all the group members that participated in making this project a reality. And today I'll be taking you through the problem statement and the overviews of the steps, what we did to get to where we are today, and the an overview of the application itself. We would also look at the application features and the security features that were enabled on the application, and I'll take you through a demo of the application. So the problem, first, we're given a problem where an organization has an issue with their current expense management process. It lacked transparency, and there was a long time in processing reimbursement. So we were supposed to create an expense management process that was more streamlined. So when we got this, what did we do? Firstly, we gathered the information, try to understand how an expense management app is supposed to be, try to understand the gaps, where the company is currently at, and what they really want to achieve. And while we did that, we used some tools to ensure that this process was working. So to ensure that the expense management process was streamlined and efficient, we used some of these applications. We used Figma for user experience designs, and we used Power Apps to create the application, and we used Power Automate to automate some of the processes, and we use Power BI for visualization because it's an expense app, and it's very important that we have analytics to help the organization to make decisions. Then we also used SharePoint for our data storage and Microsoft Purview for the security part. So we moving on, the application. This is the landing page of the application. Easy expense, smart spending for a smarter business. We created a process and an application that would help the organization to streamline their expense management process. And in doing this, we're able to create three levels of workflow, which is the request, the approval, and the disbursement, and ensure that everything was seamless. We also added a special feature, which was like an admin interface to ensure that there's checks and balance in the system. So the admin can manage and oversee all the expenses from their end, and also escalate based on the SLA of the organization. And we also ensured that securities were put in place in relation to data protection and data integrity. So moving on to the features of the app. After the landing page, we have the menu screen, which is just yes. So it shows the user all the features that they have access to. But for the purpose of today, this account currently has all the permissions. So I can put in a new request, and this is the screen. We have the next screen for all request screen, where once you come into the application, you click on all requests, and you get to see all the requests that you have logged into the application, and you get to see the status. And when you click on each of these blocks, it shows you all the requests that you've made as a user. Moving on, we have the new expense screen, where the user is supposed to put in their expense, fill in the expense, put the expense category, the amount, add attachments, select their department, and also submit that. Immediately that is submitted, it goes to the approval. An email notification is sent to the approver to either come to the application to approve using this expense approval screen, or they can approve directly from their emails or their Teams notification. The next part is the disbursement part. So the process is also the same thing as that of the expense approval. So the person gets the notification and they go to their phones and to either approve via their email or come to the app to approve. So the next part, which was the admin screen, it's the admin has access to see all the requests that is being made across the organizations. So the admin can view all the requests and also filter the requests based on their status to be able to ensure that everyone is doing what they're supposed to do with regards to the service levels agreement that has been in place, that is in place for the organization. And we also knew that it's very important to have a visualization, especially because we are dealing with money and for businesses to also make better decisions and make better decisions. We also added the expense report screen where the team leads, that's the approval levels, and the admin can also see the reports and also see visualizations of how things are happening within the department and also help them to make better decisions as an organization. So the next one is the security features, where we use Microsoft Purview, and we're able to create sensitive information types with relations to the employee ID, the amount, and also the expense ID. And we also implemented data loss policies based on the confidence levels. And with the one we used was the expense management data protection. And we also implemented data labeling policies on the emails, the files, and also meetings that. So we label them based on the level of their sensitivity, either if they're internal or confidential. Thank you. So I'll take you through the demo of the application itself now. So this is the landing page of the application. So once you come in, so because it's an internal application, you don't need to sign in or log in. So you come into the application and you go directly to the menu page. And like I said, for the purpose of this, I have all the access to the features. So I can make a request. I can see all my requests. I can approve and I can see all the report, and I can also disburse for the purpose of this demo, and also the admin permission has been given to me. So I click on all requests and it brings out all the requests that has been made as for me as a user, and I click on the approved. It filters through the approved, the pending, and the rejected, and anyone that has been disbursed. But for now, we don't have any disbursed one here. Then with this sign, you can also create a new application, because sometimes users will want to come into the application and first look at the status of previous one before they upload a new request. So from here, you don't have to go back to the menu page. You can just click on new request from here, and it takes you to fill in the new request. So you put in the category, the amount, the department. I'll be using operations, and the expense dates. The request date is automatically prorated for the date you are filling this particular expense, and you have to add an attachment. Then you can add a comment and you submit. So once this submission is done, it automatically goes to the SharePoint where we use for data storage, and immediately the approval also gets an email and it seems notification to approval. Just show us that hopefully the task dropped. So while we're waiting for that to happen, I'll just continue taking it because it might take a while. So I'll just go through the report. So for the report part, this was integrated with Power BI, where the line managers who had like the approval, the approving permissions can see can look at the analytics and understand how the spendings and how their monies are being disbursed in their teams. And also from this page, you can also create a new expense, and you can also go back to the menu page with this button. So the approval screen is also going to work. Is working. So once this comes in, you select the person. So automatically, once you go to the email, let me just check if it has dropped. It's going to take a while. Okay, so from the teams it has dropped. So this is it here. So it says good day Adeshawa, the expense request from Adeshawa with expense item needs your attention. Expense date 35 mil. So and the attachment is also there. So you can either open it, but from the email it's supposed to come up with the link. It's dropped now. So from the link you can click the link and it takes directly to the app to approve through the app, or you can just approve directly in your email and add your comment. So yeah, and that's how it works, and that works that way. So I won't be using this for today. And the same thing also works for the disbursement part too, because we believe that the easier it is, the better it is for the process to be fast. Because one of the major problem statements states that they needed to get this disbursement as soon as possible. So doing it through the email or Teams was a better option, just in case they can't have access to the app for any reasons. So the last part is the admin, where the admin can view all the requests that has been made in the organization. I will also put an escalated request. So the admin can always escalate the request that maybe has sat on somebody's desk for a long time, that beyond the SLA of the organization, and they can make that they can escalate it to the person to work on it. And with this button, they can also filter through all the approved requests based on the status. They can filter to check which one is approved, which one is disbursed, and which has also been rejected. So, and this also takes us back to the menu page. And this brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Adeshawa, thank you so much. Thank you for the walkthrough and for, showing us your team efforts. Everyone in the team, we believe they're represented through your presentation, and we can't appreciate you guys less, especially with the short time you had for the presentation. So Azure team, are you ready?
All right. I'm so sorry, John. I was trying to look out for the name, but I'll just enable your assets now. I'm so sorry about that.
John, thank you. Just take it away.
Okay, John, I think you should be on now.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you confirm you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So I'll just go ahead and share my screen now. So I'll be writing on the existing protocol due to the shortness of time. So I'll be presenting for my group, that's the Azure Group D. So this company, Deptot Limited, they came around and said, oh, we are that you are an IT consultant and you consult for people and you provide solutions to people. We have these applications that is running that's very critical to our organization. We see that we want to make this application always available for all of the people that have access to the application running on the virtual machines. So how do we make this available at any time, no matter the traffic, no matter the loads of people trying to access the applications? So they came around and they talked to us. So that's why we had to sit down with them together with the team members, sit down with them to understand their problem. So that's why these are team members. We have to sit down with them to understand the problem, the issue they are trying to have, and what's that. And these are the three major issues they identified. That's the performance. How do we make sure that the app development that is being developed on this virtual machine perform optimally? There is no downtime at all. And they are also concerned about the specification of this their infrastructure we are trying to build in, or the specification we are going to need. And also they are also concerned about the security. How secure are the solution we are proposing to them? Is it secured? Is it that after the solution we are prone to attacks by attackers? So that's the reason. We able to understand that problem. Then able to develop a objective, reach what we want to achieve. We want to make sure that this solution we are providing for them is scalable, is efficient, and is very secure in their operations. And that's the application that is running on virtual machine. It makes sure that it's very secure, and the company development life cycle is not altered. It's this app solution we are providing to them. This now gives us the methodology and the architecture of how this solution works. You can see here from the internet, it's interfacing with the load balancer. The load balancer is to balance the loads, I mean the instances. The application is running on virtual machine, just like the layman language is running on virtual machine. So the balancer is to balance the loads, so that if one of the virtual machine is vacant, the person trying to access the application can access on the vacant virtual machines. That's the reason why we have the load balancer interfacing with the virtual machine case set that does the automation of actually increasing the instances when all of the 3 instances are all loaded and there is high traffic. That's high traffic on those applications, so it can automatically create those instances. And I talked about desktop looking at the limited, looking at security. That's why the NSG comes into place. So then I say, oh yes, that's the solution we are providing. Now, how do we make sure the solution is achieved? Then we have to create a resource group in Azure. The reason why we created the resource group is just for money to be able to confine all of our activities in one particular resource, and considering the region, because Depto Limited, they are concerned about the region. That's why we have to use the region that is closer to them. That's why we're using the West Europe, because it's closer to them. So that's because of governance, they are looking at governance so that we don't make sure that data is saved, or they have to be secured in a location that they are comfortable with. So you have to use the West Europe. Then we have to create the virtual network. That's the infrastructure to access the virtual machine, the accessibility to those virtual machines. We have to create the virtual network, and after creation of the virtual network, you have to give the number of IP addresses that's needed for that. Those are the specification we gathered from the requirement from Depto Limited. So we gathered that, and we have to provide them. We provided them with 512 addresses, the IP addresses. Then afterward, we have to create the virtual machines. The application will be running on those virtual machines. So we created the virtual machines, and by creating the virtual machine, we have to create the virtual machine skill set. The skill set, majorly what the skill set does is to, in case the 3 instances, there will be 3 instances, and you may ask me why are we using 3 virtual machines at the same time? It's because of redundancy. In the case in which 1 or 2 of the virtual machine are not working at the first instance, 1 will still be available. So that's the reason why I have to create the 3 virtual machines at first. So, and after all the 3 virtual machines are all loaded, because of traffic trying to access the application, so what happens next? So that's the reason why the virtual machine skill set come into place, in which is going to want to scale by itself. So I don't have to be bothered about will I be watching if there is traffic or if there is no traffic. I don't have to be worried about that. This does it automatically, and you can see we have 3 instances initially, and that's the minimum and maximum of 6. So after the CPU usage of those virtual machines, if you notice that the CPU usage of the virtual machine, it is 80%, then it automatically creates a new instance that will be used. So, and when it reaches 20%, it's going to decrease the instance. That's the instance that was created. That's why we have the scaling policies, in which you delete the newest VM that was created. That's the virtual machine that was replicated. It will delete that newest VM and go back to the default one. So that's what's happened here. So we created the virtual machine, the virtual machine, and you'll be wondering why we have to create a disk for the virtual machine. That's why we have this disk, and we use premium SSDs simply because in the production environment we need a very high sustainable SSD. That's why we use the premium. But when we are doing the testing, before we go into the production, so what we use is a standard SSD, because to manage cost, the Depto Limited are also looking at cost management, so they have to manage cost. So that's why we use, for the final deployment, we use the premium SSD for that. So we attach the network that was created before. We attach that, then we go ahead to create the load balancer, which I talk about is to interface between the different virtual network and the different virtual machines and see and balance the loads amidst all of them. So we have to create the load balancer. So, and this is just a schematic diagram of how the load balancer was. This is the load balancer, and this is the load balancer rule. The rule in which it looks at all of these virtual machines, the instances, it looks at them, which one is LD, which one is not LD, so you're able to know. And you also check if the CPU usage is over 80%. That's the scaling condition which we use. If all of these averagely all of them are 80%, then it's going to automatically create a new one. And once again, it comes after all at 5 to 2 minutes. So after 2 minutes, it's going to check again. Is any of this virtual machine is the CPU less than 80%, then if all the average is less than 80%, then it's less than 20%, then it's going to reduce the additional virtual machine that was created. It's going to reduce that by the count of one. So then desktop technology, I make the third concern in which they are peculiar about is the security, how secure it is. That's why we have to create that inbound security rule, in which says that we want to access these virtual machines. It's not available for anyone. So you don't make all of the ports available. So that's why you have to create an import rule in which it's only an RDP that you can only access those virtual machines via the RDP. So that way we created the import rule. And after creating the import rule, then desktop, we give them the additionals, though it's not part of what they require, but we actually look at it and in the sense that, oh yes, desktop limited, yes, this thing should be done automatically. What about we giving you an alert in which you can, as the admin of desktop limited, you can see, oh, these instances have been created because, oh, it seems as if people are trying to access the app at this particular so time. And when the people are not trying to access the app, you can see, oh, these instances that was created was removed. That's the reason why we have to create the alert rule. And it was created. You can see when it's greater than percentage, which we have to choose the signal, that's this percentage CPU, that's 80%. So we did that and we send an email. We created an action group and we send an email. And after that was done, then go into the testing. And this is the testing phase. You can see that this CPU usage is showing 0. So the count will still be 3. The instant the VM that is still running is 3. And the backend pool is still showing 3 because the CPU usage is less than 80%. But once the CPU usage increases, you can see here it's 100%. Then you can see that the virtual scale set is being created automatically on its own, and you can watch that. And the backend pool as well, you can see that the virtual machine is being created, and there is no limitation to users or external users want to access those applications. You can always access it in real time. And this is the alert that was sent to the admin. I can see, oh, this have been triggered, or you can see, oh, because of this and this these new machines and new instances have been created already. And after all of that is done, you can see we add a maximum of 6 virtual machine that can run no matter how the number of traffic. We made it the maximum of 6, and you can see that the maximum here is created. So, and once it's less than 20%, the CPU usage is less than 20%, it will also send an email to the admin and say, oh yes, at that particular issue that happened in which your instances have been created has already been resolved, and those instances have been removed, which will also save costs. Then in that comes, what are the challenges we had? The budget constraints. The doctor is looking at the budget, how to manage your budget. So, and you have to manage the budget for the Azure subscription as well. So the subscription, they have the amount of subscription amount they are giving us for the solution. You have to manage that as well. And also for the team members, the different time zones to be able to achieve this particular project was also a challenge to us. And for every solution, definitely there must be an improvement. So for this solution, the improvement should be to enhance compliance, because Desktop Limited, they said, oh, they are good with this, but what in a case in which they are looking at other location, they are trying to move outside the location where they are the next 5 years. They are saying, oh, we want to move outside this particular West Europe, we want to move to US, maybe to East US or West Europe. So they are looking at that, how we this still be compliant with the guidance with the rules, compliance rules in the US and other locations. So that's something we have to look at as well. And also we are monitoring the solution to see that, oh, the solution is okay, and the documentation also done. Is that one has been done. So it's what's needed for them is just to train maybe one or two admin staff to be familiar with how it will be done. And the next one will be to, like, how can this still reduce the cost, because every organization is looking to reduce cost and also make sure the activities are not there is no downtime in their activities, so that they are still optimizing costs. So that's what they will be looking at. So thank you. So I can briefly before I can really show the environment and see this is an instances. You can see this is an instances that is running, and this is the CPU usage. So if you are not familiar with the Azure thing, this is the CPU usage in which you can monitor and see the CPU usage here, and you can see the backend tool over here as well. And you can also see the alert. That's the alert that was created. So this was the alert in which I showed earlier. So this is the alert. Thank you very much.
Wow, Lara, I don't think you're there, but me, I think John has succeeded in giving me a crash course on Azure. Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you. And I want to say a big thank you at this point to Hashem Limited for providing the environment for them. And yes, I mean, the credit to run all of this on an Azure platform, I think I should just give a thumbs up and a clap to Hashem for all of this. Thank you so much to the MD for giving us this opportunity. Your support has been very helpful for us.
All right, thank you very much. And then I want to appreciate everyone so far, and I want to appreciate John for the both John and the Group C from Power Platform, who just finished presenting. Thank you very much. So I think from what John just presented from Azure angle, it's quite clear to see how easy an organization can automate, the increments, automate their businesses in Azure in terms of the resources they use and how they can maximize costs. The cool thing about, you don't have to set up a machine or a resource with a very high end that you might not eventually really be using. But if you have a way to be able to automate your processes in such that it's only as you demand that those resources are either scaling up or scaling out or scaling down, you can do it that way, and you can save the organization a lot of money, a lot of dollars, instead of against the on-premises counterparts where you have to buy the hardware, and at the end of the day you might not be using what you actually purchase the hardware for, so which means you might be oversubscribing at the end of the day. But Azure give you this, just a show or a proof to tell you that Azure give you that ability or the power to control your cost, to control what you use, to be able to streamline your processes, your businesses. Imagine an e-commerce site where they get, for every festive season, they get loads of requests from their websites on their e-commerce site. And if things have to, somebody want to place order now, it's not working. Another person want to make a payment, it's not working. And that's because the resource is not scalable enough. So, but Azure give you room to be able to do all of that without even always looking at your screen. And the fact that you can get alert at every point in time that anything is changing, look at how cool it is that you can configure policy to say at a particular, when a resource hit a particular threshold, then take this action. When it come down, take this action. That's just the beauty of Azure, and how cool the cloud, the cloud technology has brought IT of
help business to actually evolve. So thank you very much, and we encourage every one of you, even after this event, make sure you continue your learning journey. This is just a start. It's just a beginning, and we are watching you, and we know you are going to you are going to succeed. You are going to excel, and we are always here to give you all the support that that you might require along the way. The road is not always straight, like Madam Mujisola said earlier. It's not always straight. It's rough, and you can get discouraged along the way. But we tell you, we are here for you. Do not be discouraged. So thank you, Omolara. Well, what's next on the agenda, please? Next on our agenda is we are bringing in our guest speaker, who is going to be talking to us, and most of us already know him in the industry. And for those of us that are new to meet him, is the person of Ola Oyinbo K. He is a powerful automation and AI lead in the tech industry. So right from here, you can see that is somebody who like to give, who has been recognized as a leader in the data analytics and management space. Is in fact, you just need to maybe have met him or attended one of his sessions, and you will know how credible or how incredible he's been in the tech industry. He's a team leader, and then having experience in leading a diverse team of data professionals. If you are looking at the number of data professionals we have in this country today, or even in the tech community, those that know him, you'll be able to know that he has mentored a lot of people in the tech industry around data analytics. And then in terms of experience, he's been working around data-driven business and transforming businesses using data for over 6 years. And so you can imagine the wealth of experience that he's bringing on this call today to share with us. And his role has been, helping. He has had various roles including data analytics, data science, data steward, data management, and the Power Platform development space. And technical skill, very, very vast. Vast in Python, in Azure. In fact, it was one of our judges. So just introducing him. So not to take most of your time. I think when you start speaking, you will get to see a lot of what I've just talked about and what's on this screen here. So help me put your hands together to welcome Ola Oyinbo K, our guest speaker for today. Ola, over to you. Thank you.
Wow, good afternoon, everyone. I'm really so excited to be here today. That was a great citation of some of the things I've done. I really appreciate Lara and the entire team. I joined very early, so I've been part of the session all through, and this is my conclusion at this point. I've been wowed. I know how significant what is being done today is. If you don't know, probably by the time I run through this session, you will see that you have all you need. Probably I've started my message, by the way. But I just want to appreciate everyone that has, talked today, from those who had presentation, those projects. Really, I mean, it's quite a lot. I want to say special thank you to, well, I don't want to sound disrespectful now, but I only captured the full name, Madam Mojisola Sodunke. I mean, your story was really inspiring, and also the entire team that has presented today. So I will share my screen, and here I have some things that I want to take us through, more or less like conversation. And I'm sure, can you confirm if you can see my screen right now? I just want to be sure if my screen is visible. Okay, I see some reaction. All right, I think that is what I need. So today, I mean, right on the screen, you can see, don't worry, some paparazzi on the design, but it's still discussion. I want to have a conversation on this topic, portfolio building and brand management. You will see why it is very important, and again, how you can take it from where you are now to something much more. I have barely about 30, 35 minutes, and obviously I want to try as much as possible not to take up to that minute, but so that we can have time to ask questions and also converse, because that's the main thing here. So a lot has been said about me, and in case you are trying to pronounce that name, Olanrewaju Yiboke, that's the name. And for accessibility, of course, I have the full name because the way it's written there, my wonder, oh, how do I combine this together? To learn more about me or to see what I do online, you can always scan the barcode and connect with me. Right. And that also starts what we're saying here. It starts the aspect of branding, brand management, how you present yourself, how you increase and improve your social capital. But first, let's have a conversation, because that's really why I'm here. I'm going to make it as simple as possible so that you understand what we are saying here. But I need to set some premise. And I would like to start with this thought. It is a marketplace. So the global world in itself is a marketplace. It is important to see it that way. Initially, when I started my career, I didn't see it like that. But I had some principle. I understand I need to build up my skill, but I didn't know what is happening in the marketplace because I didn't see it as a marketplace. So either you're looking for a job, either you want to transition to a new role, either you are currently working and you are trying to build on your career, whatsoever stage you are today, know this, that the workforce is actually a marketplace. And when I use the illustration marketplace, that literally means something is being bought and sold. So it's time to evaluate again. Okay, if it's a marketplace, come on, who is buying? Who is selling? What are we even selling? How are we exchanging these things? And what do I bring to the table? Like, who am I in the marketplace? Am I just customer? Am I a buyer, a seller, or am I a passerby? Am I just walking around and hoping that someone will dash me money? Because there's so many things in the marketplace. Some people today, surprisingly, they're in the marketplace and all they want is someone to give them money, because they just believe, hey, I should be able to get that job, or I should have money. What are you doing in the marketplace? You must do something. So having this understanding that, yes, that workforce we are trying to assess, that labor market, that's why many times they say labor market, but it is a market. And there's something happening there. So let's assume that we are all on the same page and we know that, hey, this is a labor market. So what is happening there? What are we selling? What are we buying? It's simple. The commodity is actually your skill. But this skill is wrapped in time. So when you work for a company, you know that your time, you are obviously probably for 5 years, 10 years, that's the duration, that's the time. But within that time, at the end of the month, when they pay you for that work days, they haven't paid you for time. Even sometimes, some jobs are even per hour pay. The fact that it's per hour doesn't mean they are paying for time. What they're actually paying for is what you could do within those time, and that is your skill. So, but the skill is wrapped in time, because you work there 1 year or you work in a day. Within that day, you are not just standing. If you are standing, then probably standing is your skill. And probably that's the job role. That's all that they need you to do. But know this, there is a marketplace, and you cannot just be a passerby. Something is being sold and is being bought. And what is it that you're selling? It is your skill. And this skill is wrapped in time. So this skill could be soft skills, could be hard one, technical one. We had very good session today. Those 2 projects that was presented, to be very honest, I'm blown away, because if these people, through this Tech Dive program, learned about these things and were able to apply it through the guidance of a mentor, come on, I know what I'm saying, because only few are doers. A lot of people are talkers. And to see that Techstylers is truly churning out doers, people who are really capable, who has been able to translate knowledge to skill. That is massive. Because remember, it is not just about knowledge. In the marketplace, it is skill. And that is why I say you have more than enough. Within that presentation, I see two things. I see the soft skills, I see the hard one. It is a different thing to know how to do something. It is a way different thing to know how to communicate that same thing. The two projects that I've that witnessed beyond the ones that I even judge, as a judge, last couple of weeks, I see how detailed those projects are. And even the person making that presentation was able to explain not just what was done, especially why it was done. What were they used for? See how Microsoft Purview used to be and it's still my love. I love governance a lot because I do both data governance and AI governance. And then far back 2021, I started using Purview. And so I could remember when I started implementing and maturing the organization governance, and when the presenter for the first Power Platform Expense application was mentioning how they were leveraging the different classification, labeling, the policies, both the compliance manager. You mean people went through this program and worked on projects and was able to understand and grab these things, not just what it is, but how to apply and use them. That is massive. And it should let you know how really prepared you are for the labor market, which is the marketplace. And the commodity is exactly what you have. Both the hard skill you gain from this program and the soft skills, which include both presentation, requirement illustration, and many other things, including personal management and time management. Just know this, that you have something to be sold in the marketplace. You are not just going to stay there or get there and be a onlooker. So having established this, we're in a marketplace and we have a commodity, which is skill. Then, why again is skill and not time? You cannot increase your time. Your time is limited. We all have the same 24 hours. I've never seen someone that says, I have 24 hours and 3 minutes. Or I have 24 hours and extra minutes. We all have 24 hours. And people get paid more and more within those hours. Some people get paid $500 per hour. Some people $300 per hour. Some $10. Don't convert your Nigerian salary to hours. I don't want you to do that. But it's just to let you know, system, things differ, but time, if they're paying different grades per time, so what is happening? So why are they paying differently per time? It's because skill. It's because what is being done within that time. So which you can increase. So you cannot increase your time, but you can increase your skill. That way, your compensation, your remuneration continue to grow. Still talking about portfolio, going somewhere. So staying longer in an organization doesn't guarantee career. So I just want to bring in the period of time perspective. It's good to stay long because you are adding value within an organization and then you are growing your career. In fact, in the past, when I started my career, I never planned to leave a company for another company because it was so obvious those days that we build a career in an organization that we're in. To leave a company after 10 years, 12 years, it becomes even a problem because you love it. Even if your promotion is after 2 years, 3 years per promotion, but you are happy, you are making career progress because you're also growing and you are learning. But thinking that, if I could stay in one organization, probably that means I'll be successful. I'm just telling you that it is not how long you are staying. The main factor is not really that time. It is what you're able to do in that time span. That same time, someone will be able to accomplish something little. Someone can accomplish so much. Personally, as a person, I have high speed of execution. I could do 3 days work, 1 week work, probably in a day. And this is why, wherever I find myself, I know that anytime I'm dispensing, really worth it, and I should be compensated for that. When you have your skill and you are confident in it, you can bargain how much you'll be rewarded. The organization themselves will also value that. If they are not value that, it's just a matter of time. Someone who will value that will also come for you. So now is a marketplace. It is not about your time. Your time is not being bought here. It's actually your skill. And so if you start querying and asking yourself, how much can I do within the time? that I'm being paid for? Has it increased? Has it reduced? Right. So, and that leads me to portfolio. So now that you know that skill is very important, the portfolio is what will shine light on your skill. That's so simple. That's how simple I want it to be for you. When you have portfolio, it is that light bearer that just shines light on the skill that you have. So it's really hard for me to tell sometimes how skillful people are without having understanding or seeing any evidence of what they're able to do. I used to say this: show me what you can do by what you have done. And I'm literally asking, where's your portfolio? Convince me of what you can do by what you have done, not what you can do. Don't say, oh, I want to convince you of what I can do by what I can do. No, I will convince you of what I can do by what I have done. And portfolio is that right thing there that can enable you to convince any recruiter or any organization or the community you belong to of what you are capable of doing, which is true what you've done. I have a lot of examples to cite here, but I'm also conscious of time. Funny enough, my slides are not made, so I'll soon be done. And I just want the lesson to be very straightforward so that you understand this. So portfolio is what will help you shine light on your skill. You cannot put your skill under the table stand, and I'm going to explain that later. So let's quickly move on this portfolio because I need to just share two main things here that I've used over time, and I've advised and mentor people around, and has really worked for them. So now that you know, hey, my portfolio can really help me to show my strength, to show what I'm able to do, and convince people, so that you do less of the talking. And it makes your storytelling even easier because you have something to showcase. One, I used to say this: whatsoever career you've chosen today, pick 7 main skills related to your career. If you're into data analysis or data science, for example, within data science, there's typical model building. Can you build machine learning model? There's another aspect of it, which is called model deployment. You can build a model, but it's not useful as long as it's in your notebook or Jupyter notebook or your PC. Can you deploy this model? 2, model deployment. 3, some particular framework. So even within model deployment, there are several frameworks. You can use, you can decide to use Flask, you can decide to use Django, you can decide to use Streamlit, and many other frameworks like that for model deployment. Let me start with these 3. If I am a data scientist and a junior one that just starting and I want to be portfolio, these things are very significant. So first, I have to pick those keys. I assume I have 3 now. And then I have to undertake project to showcase those skills. Sometimes we just build project. For a data analyst, you just do dashboard and just do as many dashboard as possible. That's not really what you should try to do. When, as a data analyst, even when you are building that dashboard, what in particular are you trying to pass through those things? 1, you want to show that, oh, I know how to understand and translate problem to solution. So this is a use case, and this is what I've been able to do. That's as simple as that. You should have a project to demonstrate that. 2, oh, I know how to use DAX and query and do data modeling. So you should do a dashboard project that focuses on showcasing your strength in data modeling. So even when you are sharing, you have solutions to share through data modeling. When it comes to probably advanced analytics within dashboard, bring it out again. Model a solution that showcase how to do that. In a data science scenario now, you have to build classical machine learning model, pick any data set, be it supervised, unsupervised, you do that. You do a project on it. And then you move on. I need to deploy. Either you pick that same project or another one, and you extend it. My focus in this project is to demonstrate my depth of understanding of model deployment. So you make sure you have been able to deploy that model, but you focus your project and all the communication around what it takes to take a model from building to production. Then there's model evaluation and assessment. In that scenario, you have to also find other projects that you can do that can enable you to evaluate the performance of your model and how to constantly, which is now MLOps, how to constantly upgrade and update that model. At another time, you do explainable AI. Oh, even though I've built this model, how realistic, how explainable it is. It's not just a black box. And how can I evaluate that? That's ethical AI. So you're able to demonstrate, hey, beyond just building, see what I've done here, and it's because of this decision that's making this model to be better than explainable. You see, what we're actually saying here, a lot of people do ask questions, hey, where can I start? Well, this is exactly what you need, and that's how I want to summarize it. There are skills, but recruiter does not know. The company out there that needs you does not know if you have these skills. So your portfolio, taking up 1 or 2 projects in those areas to highlight those skills can truly help, rather than just doing as many generic projects as you want to. And as you are building on top of them, become better. For example, model deployment can be technical, but you can start from small. You can start by deploying model on your system using Flask, using Streamlit, using Fast API on your local computer. So that's a simple and basic one, probably on the 3 input feeds. And you take it forward from there. Okay, let me try a Docker. Let me install Docker and a container image on my system. Still your system, but you have taken it to something similar, simulating the cloud. And another project, you now go to the cloud where you're able to deploy. You see, the way you are writing your scoring script is a bit different in the cloud. And what am I saying here? The same skill you are trying to show has different level of complexity. So don't think of taking the most complex. Probably your knowledge and skill has not got to that level, but be able to prove them over time. So within showing how to deploy model, you can see a series of projects that you do as you are growing, as you are learning. You start from the basic, now you know or have additional skill and knowledge, you're able to do something or improve on the previous one, another version of that similar project, but with now improve features, functionality, and the rest. So these 2 points you see right here can truly guide how much of light you are shining on yourself through your portfolio. And yeah, I haven't established that. It's simple. Work on project and put it out there. But instead of saying work on project and put it out there, I have to guide you on how should you be strategic about the way you are building those projects. Those projects should highlight your skill and showcase your skill. And these are skills that people are actually looking out for. Check job roles online, on LinkedIn. Go out for the requirement for that role. Check about 5 of them. Pick 7 skills that is common to those. So you see, and ask yourself, which of these do I have project to showcase that I'm good in? Probably none of them. And you are claiming that, oh, I'm looking for a job, and you have your CV out there. So to truly shine, you need to know how to navigate. Just like in the marketplace, if you are inside Coro and there's nobody refining you, you're. So for those that don't know Coro is corner, somewhere that is very close, that is not accessible, and you don't have digital marketing options, and nobody is refining you, and you think, hey, because I'm in the market, then I'm visible. You are not. You must be positioned in the market in a place where it's easier for buyers to come for you. You are actually the seller. That's the funniest thing. We know that our sellers have, most control. Buyers are looking for things to buy. They say, oh, I can meet your needs. Right. So having said this, move on to the second part now that I have, which is brand management. As you can see, I just look for some of I'm always proud of these nice photos, Now, well, this is branding. I was thinking when I was putting this together, how well can I just show you what branding means? You will see that from my story. You will see that from the profile I'm going to share by myself. But first, now I haven't seen what portfolio is. Hey, you're in the marketplace, your skill is what you need now. Portfolio will shine light on your skill. Will be that banner that is showing that, hey, I'm selling this here. Oh, I can do this here. You can enter many mechanic shop and can tell you, oh, I don't repair AC. But when you put that banner, I repair AC, I do this. Oh, that's the person I need. Portfolio help you do that. And then branding. Oh, okay. What's branding? If I already have a banner, so what then is branding? Simply put this, these are definitions that I just coined from my understanding of this term. So it's not like a dictionary definition. And my understanding based on my experience in the industry. And I've mentored people around this, and it has worked for them. So I see branding or brand is the vehicle for building your social capital for your career, because we're specific about career here. Social capital. And you're wondering, what is this social capital? I will tell you. This is it. Connection, network, and impact. These three things are your social capital. Typically in Africa, when you say connection, they think you must have this, must be influential and have these people kind of, have a relative, an uncle or somebody that work in a shed, that works somewhere. That is the connection that we talk about. So they say, you can't see job without connection. No way. This typically how it's being interpreted in Africa. They have a connection. I don't know. I don't have more people that can go and speak to someone, might be all those kind of things. But do you know that the corporate world in the Western world, where I am right now, thrives on this for a very long time? We abuse it in Africa, or we don't understand it. We think we are limited. But here I have realized, come on, we are unlimited. Why? First, if you don't have uncle, you will try there. And I will explain why this connection matters. This connection is not the one in Africa where you think you must need an uncle. This connection is not the one that you leverage based on your relationship with your father, your mother, and all. No. This connection is what you build for yourself. Many companies today in the Western world offer referrals, and they've been doing it for several years. As a matter of fact, they even used to pay and compensate anyone that refer talent to them. Isn't that connection? But when you look at this connection, it is not built by your grandfather or your mother or someone. No, it is connection that is built through your skill and relationship with someone who in the future, one day, is now so confident to speak on your behalf because he is aware of who you are, of your skills and your capabilities. So branding helps you build connection with people. Remember, you brand a portfolio. You brand, because portfolio is showing your skill, then you brand it. So if you don't have anything to show your capability, to show you how to show what you start, all those things, and you say you are branding, then you are branding an empty box in the market. Your brand will be there. Someone will give it an attempt, then they realize, hey, this is fluke. Hey, there's really nothing in the content. And that becomes bad PR for you. So when you start working on yourself, because you have projects, you have skills, you have things that could showcase these skills, you start building connection with people. I have referred many people for jobs because I see them, because I see what they are doing. I have been referred repeatedly for work because people see me and see what I'm doing. Your network continue to grow. In the past, there are people that I cannot talk to. That, hey, I need a job for one of my boys. The boy is good, okay. And they say, oh, send the CV over. But today, there are people that I could talk to, and the boy that I'm saying is not my son or daughter. My daughter is still 2 years and few months old. How did those guys or those people, how did they get that close that we are not from the same father, same mother? And I'm putting myself through my network, moving into my network and asking people, hey, this is my brother, this is my sister, need job. I am saying he is good in this place, and this is the kind of role I think he can fit and do well. Please do have opportunity for this person. I am not saying that for someone without any capability or skill. And impact. Branding enables you to build and increase your impact. Because the moment you are increasing your connection, your net worth, and impact is through contribution. So one of the ways you can build your brand is through contribution. So you see that later on, that participating in events, participating, supporting, volunteering, you can build from those impacts, you can build a good brand for yourself as well. I was having a call earlier this month, actually this week, about 3 days ago, was just for 25 minutes webinar on LinkedIn. And I was talking with a guest and we talked about this connection. So as I move now, I'm almost done. We'll talk about this connection. And surprisingly, there was a very good illustration that I just want to share because I just remind now. Peter shared that story. And personally, this weekend I have it in my goal and plan now. I'm going back to the scripture. I'm going to read that story and say, come on, what is this? It was about Esther. Esther had access to the king. It was really unlawful to go to the palace anytime except you are invited. She went there, she made the first move. We could call that to DM. You DM someone. You know, we call that you reach out, she made the first move to the king. And the king said, hey, you shouldn't do it, but why are you here? You not say, king, I want, even though she has a need. She did not say, king, I want, some people are after my life now. They want to clear up my whole ethnic group. Please come and fight for us. She said, no, king, I want to take you out on a treat. Wow, you want to take me out on a dinner, in a dinner? Wow, that's nice. We went together. After the dinner, the king said, wow, you took me out on dinner. What do you want? I will give it to you. She said, no, I'm going to take you out on another dinner. Yes, she took the king out 3 times. She was depositing and investing significantly in the king. And at the 3rd time, king said, what do you want? Even if you have of my kingdom, I can give you. Aha! And at that point, she was, this is it. Some people said they want to finish me and finish my. So she was able to present her case. And she did not just got that, she got much more favor beyond. But today, a lot of people, when you are building, remember, look at that point of building connection to the point of being rewarding. But today, you reach out to someone, I want you to mentor me out. You do not even see what are you going to give to that person. You know, it's not your father, it's not your mother, it's not your brother from home. And you just think you have the right. You guys say, come and mentor me, come and do this. Sometimes, go there with something. What are you? Are not like give you something and exchange. Esther was giving more than once and did not even ask. So I just decided to share this story because it could help you when you are trying to strike, connection with a particular person you believe later in the future you might have something from them. I have this thing I used to read so well. Recently, someone reached out to me that I work for repeatedly. I have a lot of people have reached out to me and asked me that, hey, anytime you will need me, let me know. I'm telling you now, even for the future, anytime you will need a favor from me, I will let you know. I just want to share a story of one of the people that really impressed me so much recently. Just 2 weeks ago, she reached out to me. I worked with her before. She's in Radboud University in Netherlands. And she said, wow, Olan, good for you. Well done, because she was checking on me. Oh, where am I now? We worked together on a master course that time. I even I was a guest lecturer there for about 2 different, about 3 times. And their capstone project for the course, data analysis for responsible business solution. The curriculum itself, I can almost 80% to it. The capstone project, I did all those things for them. And so when I told them I'm doing my master's, what are you doing? What are you doing in master's? I said, oh, no, it's just my immediate plan for now. And say, oh, good luck with your master's degree. I'm sure you'll do great. And so nice that you landed a job as well. Whenever you will benefit from my network in the future, feel free to get in touch, no matter how long ago it was that we spoke. I'm just sharing this briefly so that you understand that the marketplace has its own dynamics as well. This that just happened, that I just read out to you now, is not Ojoro, is not the tree, is not, it takes investment to get this kind of feedback. So as you are building your career, as you are setting your portfolio up, building your brand, be sure you are also investing in relationship that will yield in the future. It's not don't think of immediate gratification when you are doing that. Don't go and give one dinner and say, yeah, can you come and rescue me? Try as much as possible to do it because it has future reward. There are many people that anytime they call on me, and Techstylers is one of them, the founders here. Anytime they call on me, I'm like, Ola, oh yeah, come and I will immediately open my mouth, I'll start talking. I don't even need to check calendar if everything aligns. It should show you how much of investment they've also poured in me, and I just thought of sharing this with you. So as we take this forward, when it comes to a public provider, there are many options, there are many platforms, but I want us to focus first on LinkedIn, and I'm just going to share on LinkedIn. Could take this from it, yeah. From LinkedIn, it's easy. But a lot of people miss out how to do it beyond just general the general topic design. Oh, put a header, put your picture, well represented picture. Make some people send LinkedIn to me. There's no title. There's nothing. It's that. So you are not serious yet. I'm not sure you know what you are doing here because I don't know what you are doing here. But I can't even tell from your profile. So beyond just setting your profile in this kind of manner, beyond that, there are a few things I want to spotlight here. One is first, let's analyze my public profile. So right here on the screen, as you could see, when you go to my public profile, I sign in anonymously and I check my public profile on LinkedIn. And this is what is saying about me. The contribution, including contributions I've made, I did not even remember. The activities thing that I've shared recently, if I sign in, I can see my experience. This thing is so long. My licenses, as I've got over 100 of them, everything was, someone reached out to me and said, how did you get this much license and certification? An MD of a company. Oh, I said, I just love learning, building, and improving on myself. So that's the kind of person I like. Not by asking me, can you do this or do that? By looking at my public profile and just going through. So even if it is one or two, there's no way I will build this without content. And that is where your portfolio comes in. Storytelling on top of a portfolio will help you achieve that. Aside just updating your LinkedIn profile, this is something I want to highlight here. Featured session. You need to leverage on LinkedIn featured session to showcase 3 things. So whenever you are doing that, showcase 3 things. Your relevant skills. So when you have a project that you have published and you posted on LinkedIn and you have an email that represents it and you write a post, feature that thing. So on your feature page, let there be one post that showcase your relevant skills. 2, let there be a post that showcase your contribution. I have someone on this call that when she got a job back in 2022, when she was doing that interview, they reached out to her on LinkedIn. And one of the things she was sharing with them, hey, in my state, there was a boot camp, boot camp. And even though I was there, I attended it first a couple of months ago. After 6 months, I was back there as a facilitator. I taught the participants on Power Virtual Agent, on Power Apps, and they were shocked. You mean you taught people, you train people? Yes, I trained them. During the interview, she got a positive response from that attitude because contribution. You see, all the things you've learned and pick up today is because people contributed towards it. Technically, at the back end, some people that you are not even seeing. At the back end, on the front end, the mentors, the technical instructors, all of that takes contribution to be where you are. So you have to find ways to also contribute and showcase that as well on your feature profile. And third, recognition. If there's any recognition on top of that, either certificate recognition on top of your relevant skill or on top of your contribution, these 3 things, try to have them in that feature page. And lastly, as I just wrap it up, I'll say this again, you have all you need. From these Techstylers, from what I've seen today, I'm not sure we even understand the extent of the investment and deposit that has been made in the participant of the tech dive. You've had a lot invested and deposited into you, but it's time now to just shine. It's time to show that thing through portfolio and through building your brand. Because you've gained knowledge from this program, you have gained skill and it's verifiable. And lastly, you have an amazing and loving community. This is not common. This is not everywhere. Some programs, you do them and you're off. But Techstyle is a community that is after your interest. So, I'm going to wrap it up here. And I'm sure I took longer time, but thank you so much for the opportunity. The entire Techstylers team, the board, the facilitators, the mentors, I appreciate the honor that you gave to me to say, Ola, we want you to come here and share on this. And I hope everyone has gotten 1 or 2 things from here. So I'm going to drop it here. Thank you so much.
Ola, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the exciting session. So I've taken some notes of some things on LinkedIn that would also implement include recognition in the on the LinkedIn profile. Very important to Okay, we've been your your LinkedIn is has dropped in the chat, so you'll see some of us checking your links very very soon. Checking your LinkedIn, so LinkedIn will be giving you that notification. Somebody just viewed. Someone just viewed your profile. I mean, that thing can be annoying. And sometimes they will not tell you exactly who. It's like a very long suspense when LinkedIn does that thing. Like, I'm not thinking who viewed my profile. It will just be like someone ghosted you and LinkedIn is not showing that. I want to say thank you for also touching on. I also want to thank you for touching on how to build profile, because there was a question in the chat, and I know that some people have that question in mind, so that how do you recommend that we build our portfolio? So I know you had mentioned LinkedIn, but very quickly, just in case someone else has another question, could you just mention maybe 2 other tools or platform that people could use?
Very good. So, thank you, Lara, for asking that question. Sometimes I like streamlining options to one or two so that people don't just start going around it. So, there are many ways and many options to build your portfolio. First, you could build a site to represent it. So, but you need to have a skill to do that and manage. Sometimes you forget and don't even focus on it. You can use a website. Number two, you can use GitHub to house as a repository for your portfolio. As a matter of fact, on LinkedIn, you can now add your project on GitHub right on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is still a consolidation of those other platforms. There are many other apps out there. Linktree, when you click on that thing right there, it takes you to my Linktree, where you can see access to my LinkedIn, my Twitter, my YouTube, everything, and including some other links that I want to share and communicate with people. So you could also have a Linktree page and have a QR code that people can scan anytime and connect with you wherever you go, wherever you are. And again, I will advise multimodal options. For example, YouTube. You could do a project and showcase and share a video just the way you do a presentation now, and that video you also post it on LinkedIn on YouTube, and people will discover it. Some people reach out to you because of that video, and also have it embedded back. I just like consolidating those things on a platform where the market is actually happening. So LinkedIn is one of those platforms. Indeed, and many other job posting sites, but LinkedIn is way more, in terms of usage, it's close to 1 billion user now, almost 1 billion users. So you know what that means. It's a huge marketplace. And that way, if you have your effort consolidated in that pattern, and even though you have in other sources, you can always bring them together still on that platform. So that's my best recommendation for people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd just like to give one person an opportunity to ask a question. If you have a quick question for the speaker, I'd like to say a raise of hand so that we can quickly take that. Coming up, just immediately after this is the continuation of the icebreaker and demos from our team to be hosted and anchored by you know who, Taiwo, our social media, our head of social media. Any hands coming up? Any questions? Okay, Ellie, I see your hand. Just give me a minute. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, Ellie, please take the floor.
All right. Thank you, Omolara. Alanrewaju, we can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for, the session we had with you. Very impactful, very knowledgeable. So this resonates so well with our team and, the activities we're having today. Just to also encourage everyone that, look, you guys have gone through this course, you've built projects. Now, Ola has crowned it an asset to say you need to put your brand there. Right now, it's obvious that we've built entrepreneurs here, and we have so many people on this call that are investors. You can imagine when you come up after polishing the projects that you have, and we call people like Ola, like Yinka, like Mrs. Shodunke, and so many other people that are on call today to say, come and invest in this business. You can imagine how far that would go. So thank you so much, Ola. This has just sealed up the entire anniversary and graduation today. And we know each time we call you, you'd always answer us. Thank you for showing us that with branding, you can go an extra mile to achieve whatever career goals that you have. We just want to appreciate you and say a big thank you, Ola.
Wow. Thank you very much, Maya. I appreciate that comment and feedback. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ola. We appreciate it.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Good to have me back. Thanks, Ola, for that session. To be honest, I was using all this self-restraint in me not to type in the comment section. That's my man. But yeah, well done. Thank you. We're moving right on to the next icebreaker. This is going to be a question, and I'm going to throw it in the chat here. So I just want us to take a few seconds to go over the questions, and I wouldn't want us to chat because of time. So if you have a response, you can just raise your hand so we can call on you. Just because of for time constraint, I'm just going to give 3 people the space to talk about what inspired you to pursue a career in technology and who has been your biggest supporter or role model in your journey. I feel like this is a time for us to go back memory lane, to really know what our source of inspiration has been, and also to give kudos to people who have supported us or who have been mentors to us on our journey. So is there anyone who wants to share this with us real quick? We'll just take 3 responses and then we'll move on to the next segment. All right, thank you, Rachel. I have Rachel. Yes, I need 2 more volunteers to just share with us in, say, a minute or 2, very quickly. 2 more volunteers. Yes, I have SJ. 1 more person, 1 final person. All right, so let's take Rachel Irabor and SJ real quickly. So Rachel, you can unmute your mic and then take it over.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so what inspired you to pursue a career in tech? So I think it's more of independence, to be independent, not to actually reach out to my parents for help. And who has been my biggest supporter or role model in my journey? It has been everybody in the community, everybody who is working on their career, who is sharing their journey, and also who are just being themselves. And also, I've also learned from the community about humility, about being humble, because I love the way different people interact. I'm definitely learning from them. And when I started my journey, I think from the beginning of my journey, my role model then was Fui. When I watched her video where she did, when she was talking about her Into Power platform, and she was interviewed by the CEO of Microsoft, and I was like, okay, so nothing is impossible. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Rachel, and kudos to Fui. Thank you, Solomon Jeremiah.
I've allowed your mic and mic, Solomon.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought
Yeah.
it was... Okay. Thank you so much. So for mine, right, I know most people don't really know my story from the beginning, but I'll say what actually drove me to tech was, I would say at a very early stage, around 14, I moved away from the house. So I was basically just looking for how to live my life, and I was basically looking for how to go to the university. So, and I tried multiple stuffs. Like I tried to, you know when they call helper, when you're building house and you're the one lifting the stone up for people to hold. I tried a lot, but eventually I got to a place where I saw they handled computer, but I wasn't meant to work with a computer. And that was where my journey started. So I basically was, I made a bargain to stay in the office, and I'm going to be cleaning the office for them. But that bargain was basically so that I could have access to those computers when everybody's sleeping, because nobody's going to be working and everybody, they've gone home, and then I can actually touch those computers. So from there, I started, getting familiar with the computer. Lucky for me, I learned very fast. Lucky for me, I was able to, make money from tech. Like I was doing graphics design, doing web development, and I could pay my school fees. I went to the university. I came out from the university, and from there, I just kept pushing myself. And it has always been like a solo journey for me. But then getting to work in some companies where I had to, deal with the CEOs and the CTOs, I would say those people were basically my role model while I was working there, and I learned a lot, and that was how my whole tech journey continued. And basically, I would just say, yeah, it may sound funny, but I would say poverty sent me to tech, and that's exactly what it is for me.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Solomon. That's really inspiring. Wow, thank you. All right, lastly, Ola Oyeleye David.
Okay, so I want to say once again, thank you to Techstyler for the opportunity. And so what's inspired me to go to tech, I think also is financial independence. And looking at the way Nigeria is currently, it's more like having a set of skill that is beyond the Nigerian economy, that is not affected by the Nigerian economy. So it's looking at what skill can I have that puts me in the global competitive market. So that was basically what encouraged me. Then secondly was I started looking at the future. I started looking at the future, and I'm like, okay, yes, I went to school for this. Okay, so I studied civil engineering, practicing civil engineering, and I asked myself like the future relevance of even what I'm studying currently. And I love mentoring people a lot, and I look at people around me, and I'm asking the question, what is the future prospect of what we are studying right now? Because there are a lot of courses in Nigeria that has no relevance in the Nigerian market, so to say. So looking at that future, that propelled me to say, oh yes, you're even a civil. How do you even bring tech to your space? It's a niche that is worth exploring, and that's why I started saying, oh, I need to start going into tech. And if I would look at who is my mentor, I think it's the old noise in Twitter and the old noise in the LinkedIn that's been my mentor, so to say. Because I've been seeing a whole lot on the Twitters of people into tech and how they post the dollar currency and so on. I say, oh, no. I think I need to also start to venture into that. And I've had to lay my hands on a couple of, even while I was in my office, I'd had to help them with just Google Sheet, because I struggled using Excel to achieve that because of the way Excel locks its sheet, and Google allowed me to use email to lock sheets. So I was able to do some couple of stuff there, and the way they were hyping me, this and that. And when it comes to they have an issue with tech, kind of a little bit of anything Excel, anything automating stuff, they just come to me and like, wow. So if I'm well recognized that just with this little, I just know how much more if I'm able to scale up this. And so that is it for me. And most importantly, also being able to deploy an automation skill across board while I'm sitting in the comfort of my home. I think that's just it. So thank you once again, Techstylers.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories with us, everyone. I know that every one of us has a story of how we started, and it was very humble. I'm not sure anybody started on a broad scale. Like, we just had that beginning. And the most important thing for us is that we embraced the journey. And here we are today. Whatever it is that has inspired you, Sakpa, hunger, your course of study from your college, and whatever it is. And I hope that you're finding fulfillment where you are at the moment. And I know this is just the beginning of very excellent things to come for everyone. Thank you once again for sharing your stories with us. We appreciate it. Yeah, moving on next, we're going to invite our two groups for their demo presentation. Azure Group E, they will be presenting on automating Azure resource deployment for a tech startup. And Power Platform Power Platform Group 5. They will be presenting on
Group
legal
I.
contract app. So yeah, let's give them the audience. All right, so I'm just sharing my screen or my face so you guys can see me, but I will be switching it off because of network issues throughout my presentation. Yes. All right, so my name is Pokazi, and today I'll be presenting our Group E project that I worked with Edafe on automating resources for a tech startup. Just a bit of an alert. There might be a bit of a noise in the background, people singing and all of that. There's currently ceremony going on. So yeah, don't be alarmed. All right, so this is our project which we worked on. And this is the problem statement which we were given. Basically to assist a tech company in making sure that they have consistent as well as efficient deployment for their resources and to support a rapid development as well as scaling. Now, we did a bit of research and just to understand what are some of the challenges which companies face when they're starting up. And these are just some of those that we found quite common, which is manual deployment as well as configuration errors. There's also deployment inconsistencies, compliance violation, as well as auto scaling. Right. So with the problem statement which we were given in order to assist the tech company starting up, this is a solution that we've come up with through this architecture diagram which we've designed to help us guide throughout our project and making sure that everything is according to how we want it to be. We have formulated and designed this diagram. Basically how it works is we start here at this point where we configure an Azure resource managed template, and we push that using our Visual Studio Code or any other IDE. We push it onto our Azure DevOps repo. And when it's pushed there, it will go through a build pipeline and it will be released onto our Azure resource group. So this is basically it, just showing it how it will work. And this is what we're expecting to see. Once we push the template into the Azure DevOps repo, it goes through the pipeline, it authenticates, checks if the subscription is right, and it goes into deploying the resources into the resource group. And these are just some of the resources which we've specified and we want to see at the end. Okay. So these are some of the benefits of the solution which we've proposed. Sorry, is someone speaking? All right, thank you. All right, so those are the benefits of the solution that we've proposed to the company, and they include consistency rather, as well as repeatability, making sure that manual errors are eliminated. It gives us efficiency as well as speed, making it easy for us to integrate and implement things such as bash scripting or PowerShell to our templates. And it also gives us the benefit of tracking changes through version control, and it allows us documentation. Another benefit is the ability to back up and restore things easily in case maybe something was pushed by mistake and you need to quickly just restore that, or you need to back up something, or you need to set up in another location, or for whatever reason. It gives us that disaster recovery as well as resilience. And finally, another benefit is compliance as well as security. It enforces our policies which we set, and it also gives us auditability. All right. Okay, so this is the implementation roadmap which we've set up in order to just make sure that everything is deployed accordingly. We've broken it down into 4 phases. Phase 1 is the architecture diagram, which we've shown in the beginning. And now phase 2 is the development of the actual template. Phase 3 is the continuous integration as well as delivery. And phase 4 is the resource management policies as well as the compliance enforcement. All right, so already shown you phase 1, which is the architecture diagram, showing you how everything works, what we're doing, and what we hope to see in the end. So this is basically now the breaking down of it. This is where it starts. We start with developing the actual template, the ARM template, and like I specified in the diagram, we used an IDE. In this case, we used Visual Studio Code, and in the IDE, which is right here, we've basically just specified everything, how we want it to be, the resources which we want to have deployed in the end. What we do, we push everything once we've configured and set up all our files, we push all of that into our Azure DevOps repo. And as you can see right here, it's just an indication of basically how it looks like. All right, and this is our phase 3, which is the deployment, the actual automation, which is basically the gist of it all. So like we said previously, we develop everything, the templates, how you want it to be. And now what we do, we go into the pipeline, the Azure DevOps pipelines, and we set up that part, and we use the Azure pipeline YAML file basically. In this YAML file, what's happening is we are just specifying how we want or the job that's going to happen. If you take a look, there's a task, there's deployment scope, there's Azure Resource Manager connection, subscription, the action which we want, the resource group name, the location, the file, and the parameters file. So everything which we configured in the beginning, in the template, the parameters, or everything that we wanted, we just basically indicate that in this Azure pipeline, which is going to automate it. Okay, so as you can see, the resource group name is there, the location is there, we specify where the file is, and this is just a job that it will run to automate everything. Just for time's sake, it does take a bit of a long time to run. I will just run it as I'm going through. So like I said, this is the repo. This is where we push the file to. And this is the history. Like I said, we can track things. So if anything's failed, this is just giving you a history of everything which we've committed in the past or we've run. I'll just run it. And there we go. And then I'll continue. All right. Let me just go back to it. Okay, so like I said, this is the CI/CD part of it, where we want the resources to be automated into our resource group. Okay. Now, Now our phase 4 is the resource management policies as well as compliance. In this phase, what we basically doing, we are just enforcing compliance here. Okay. We've set up some restrictions such as regions, so we only want it to run in a specific region. We've also set up a private storage account as well as tagging, just to make sure that we adhere to organizational standards as well as best practices. So ultimately, in the end, this is what we want to see, okay? We want to see things deployed into our resource group. And when everything has been successfully deployed, we should see that, okay, there's something that was deployed. We should see the location that it's in. We should also see the subscription ID, which was specified. And alongside that, we should also have the resources which we've specified in our template. Okay. All right. Now, some of the issues and the challenges which we faced when we were working on this. It is time. It was just a bit difficult given the different locations where everyone is to come together, but we made it work. And then the other challenge which we faced, like most people, was the subscription issue. At some point it expired and we had to find an alternative way and make sure that, okay, we just try and get it to work and deploy our resources basically. And another thing is we had a more robust or more preferred solution, but because of the budget and because of the the limitations which we face, we had to change the diagram which we initially wanted to, but it's nonetheless it's still a good solution which we've provided to the tech company. But this is something that we'll probably just implement later on. And another challenge is the quota approval waiting time from Azure themselves. It took a bit of time to get certain things. If you wanted to increase quota on certain resources or functions or whatever, we weren't aware of that, so it delayed certain things. And this is our conclusion. And basically the next step, as well as the future considerations, what we're hoping to do is to maintain the code. And we also want to implement Bicep. We've chosen to go ahead with Azure Resource Manager because at the company, everyone was already aware with it, and we didn't want to really overload people with training in the beginning. So we just wanted to gradually make sure that everything is working as it should, and then over time give them training and then implement Bicep as a solution as well. And then what we wanted to do is to implement policy as infrastructure as code instead of manually doing it, and scaling as well as disaster recovery. Thank you. And I'll just show you a bit of the actual deployment in progress. I hope that it's going. So this is the resource group in Azure. As you can see, currently there are no deployments and there's nothing here. And like I said earlier on, this is the Azure DevOps space, and this is the repo. And this is the pipeline section. So we go into the pipeline section and we just select. And as you can see, this currently running. It's been running for about 4 minutes now. Let's see what's going on here. These are the jobs. Remember in the YAML file, there was a job section. This is now, it's implementing everything that we implemented in the jobs section of the YAML file. Let me just see if I can go in. So this is a pipeline currently running. So it shows you everything as it is busy being deployed. This is it. So these are different checks that it goes through. If anything fails, or if there's any issues or any errors along the way, it's not going to complete. It won't be a successful deployment, but it will also give you a reason why. It will probably just show something here, pop up a red line, and give you access to the log, so you can see exactly what's going on or what's causing that error. Let us see. All right, so it's a breakdown of the actual job in progress. Let me just see. So it looks like it might take a bit of time. It takes about 6 or 7 minutes to complete, and then it should give us a success output. And when it is done, we refresh here, and then it should tell us, okay, something is happening. It should start deploying the resources. Yes. So you see, it says deploying, and in the presentation, I showed you the final output where it said succeeded. So it's telling you, okay, it's busy deploying all the resources. As you can see, the resources are here as well. So just going to take a bit of time for everything to deploy, and if it's successful, you'll see it here, and if it's not, I guess you'll have to go through the logs and see exactly where things went wrong. And that is the presentation for Group E. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say thank you as well to Techstylers, the community, and everyone. I really, really learned a lot here. Thank you to the support and everything, man. It was really a great journey for me. Please keep doing this, and Yes, love to everyone and support to you guys. Fortunately, I have to run. They're waiting for me there. But thank you so much. I appreciate everything.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
Team I, are you ready to show us your amazing demo?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, so Team I will be showing us what they have done and represented by Love. Thank you. They're giving us a legal contract app.
So, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Bob here from Techstylers with I to present our smart contract generation app. So, our app is called CNAT. So, it streamlines the legal contract generation. So, here the problem was about wastage of time by lawyers in generating. Oh, yeah, the problem was about wastage of time and resources on the lawyer end to generate long-winding contracts, and also on the part of the clients who have to wait to receive this contract. So the problem statement, we were asked to seek a solution that can quickly and efficiently generate contracts while maintaining accuracy and compliance with legal requirements. So, really, we've seen a lot of these kind of contracts in our day-to-day life where we have NDA, tenancy agreement, and we are maybe 5 or 6 pages with dash, 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 usually generic, and they have sections that can be expanded or reduced depending on the terms that the client has concerns on. So this is really what we worked on to generate that contract automatically. So the platform we used was Microsoft with amazing tools, Power BI, Power Platform, Power Automate, Forms, and SharePoint. Now, um, just how we interacted with this depends on which end of the solution we work with the ends on the client side and then the lawyer end. On um, for the client, we decided to work with forms, and then for the lawyer, and we decided to work with Power Apps. So this is the clients, and how we did it was by capturing data on forms, then using this data and to populate templates, templates on to populate templates, and then generate Word and PDF versions of those templates. Then SharePoint acted as our document repository for the list, the templates, the contracts. SharePoint acted as our repository. Then for the email, we email the PDF and the Word documents to whoever started filling the form. So under the hood, you find Power Automate doing a lot of things, connecting all these things together to streamline the legal operations. So we'll go through, just so I don't lose what the introduction I've given here, I'll go through a small demo of a client that wants to use our legal services, Zainab. For this demo process, I decided to use the forms that were already filled by Zainab because usually these forms, they come with a long list of things you should talk about, and then any mistakes you make on the forms, the mistake on data, the only way automation fails is when you give it wrong data. So, Zainab filled this form. So Zainab filled this form, and then you're able to get um, what you're able to get contract, a word contract for
It's clear,
this
yeah.
here. Oh, sorry, this is the same thing here. So as you can see, this word this contract has already been populated. This is made possible by templates. If you see, this is the template we developed for bill of sale contract, where we have different fields. If I click on design mode, you will see different fields that were populated using Power Automate. So Power Automate recognizes these fields and it's able to fill them. So let's go through a little flow of what went on between Zainab applying through the forms and Zainab receiving this document. So here, when a contract, and this is for our platform, so when a new response is submitted, like let's say Zainab interacts with our website and meets the form, then Zainab is able to fill the form and a response is submitted. Power, Power Automate gets the response details and creates a record on SharePoint. Then after creating a record on SharePoint, we have to stay and wait for approvals from our legal finance team to check whether Zainab has Zinab is even able to generate this contract in our law firm. So then we have, if Zinab is able to generate this, we want the contract to be generated for Zinab. Here, we have different kinds of contracts that can be generated. The templates we have ready was bill of sale. So we use the bill of sale template here. But here we can still add many different other templates and depending on how we use the power, we can use the power platform to streamline this. So when bill of sale is selected, then we're able to create a SharePoint file. Then after creating of the SharePoint file, we post a message to the legal firm's chat or channel and alert them that someone has used our system to create a to create to create a document. Please review it. This is an example of what was said in the post. So one of the persons in the group will have to review the contract and then approve it. So when he's able to approve the contract, we have a mail sent to Zainab with his Word document and PDF of the contract she needs. So that's all for the client side. Then on the lawyer end, we have the app. So in this app, we have implemented different functionalities and different tools to come into this app. We have the Power BI and all those tools I mentioned in the first place. Now, in the home tab, you can have dashboards of team interactions, client level data, and lawyer level data, depending on the kind of access you have to this our app. And then on the grades, it's not like what we're able to see on the forms where you can be able to fill it, and then you as a lawyer, you can now generate the contract. Now we have the files where you can access different contracts that were created, those that have been archived, if they are more than 30 pages. We have the responses where you're able to see the SharePoint list of people that have responded to our forms. We have the schedules that contains an embed of our bookings page. Because when the client when we send the mail to our client with PDF and Word documents of the contract, the client is able to schedule the call with his lawyer. If there any discrepancy between what he wants, like if the contract does not meet his satisfaction, so and then we have the support. What they don't want to do is then go to and go back to our slide. In this place, we have an example of dashboard. If example of dashboards we're able to create with our data. If we're observant enough in the app, you will see that just the value data. So for the purpose of this demo, we have used that to show the capabilities and things that we can achieve with the app. So here is an example data we worked on and developed a report based on. So here you can see that we can drill down on data, can find insights on contract price, on clients, revenue of the company, and many other things. So, the features of our app includes automated contract creation, user-friendly interface, platforms, real-time analytics with our Power BI dashboards, which are on the home tab for the lawyers. We have security measures implemented with approvals and trails, audit trails, and other things that we've implemented on the SharePoint sites for this. When we go, let's look a little bit at the SharePoint site where all this data is fixed. This is This is where the data is collected. The SharePoint is where the data is collected. This is the one. This one houses the contract. This document which is SharePoint and houses created contract, and then this one houses different templates that we can use in disclosures. So just generic in terms of legal template that we can do. Remember I said that this is made possible with templates, and then it populates what templates connected and Power Platform and Power Automate. Okay, slide. Then our proposed results are that we have efficiency improvement both on the lawyers and in the time it takes for him to start looking for details, looking for collecting details from the client, and creating documents and all those or templates that we can even use. So we have the enhanced user experience, positive feedback from the legal team about apps, usability and functionality, ease of use and everything. Then we have be able to make data-driven decisions using the dashboards that are in our app. And that's all from Thank you.
Amazing demo. Thank you so much, Love, for representing your team. It was really great and fantastic to see how you brought the different pieces of the Power Platform together to form the solution. Big well done to yourself and the team. Lara, are you on? All right. So I think that's the time we're waiting for.
Yes,
Has
Foyi,
Lara
I'm
arrived?
on. Something is cooking and it's almost ready. Something is cooking. I was testing it to feel the aroma, to feel if it has enough saltiness and spice. So
All right. I almost
one of the moments.
burnt the food.
No, this one is not burnt. It can't be burnt. This one. It is so hot, but it is not that kind of burn. And we have been waiting for this time where we are going to announce our top 3.
You're muted. Who is doing this to Lara, for God's sake? Right.
Sorry, it's the aroma of the food that is causing this. Maybe the hunger is hitting. No.
Okay. All right. So I think we can proceed to the
Sis, are you the one sharing the slide? Is it from your end?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
so.
all right. Okay, because I think all right. So we'll just
Okay.
share the slides now and then call on our judges. So what we've done is we've selected the amazing judges, three or four amazing judges that will present the awards today from the different tracks. So these judges sat in the project showcase. They analyzed based on all of the different metrics that MJ had explained at the start of the session, and we collated all of the results together, and then we got the winners. So this was a completely free and fair judgment, because the MVPs were parties that were not involved in any of this process throughout. They were independent judges that were brought externally. In fact, we ensured that no project mentor, no tech mentor, we ensured that no tech leader was a judge. We brought unique judges who have depth of expertise in all of these areas to come and judge. So we are 100% sure that this is the best it can be. All right, so we're going to call on Imo to help us. Imo, are you on? Imo was one of our judges in the Azure track, and it's going to help us.
Yes, I am on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. And
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the organizer, the entire Techstylers. Thank you for the amazing job. So, and well done to the team, to the various groups, mostly the Azure groups. I had the opportunity to be in the judge table where I listened to the wonderful project ideas and all that, and also to the team E this morning when I was listening to, they did an amazing job as well. So congratulations once again to everybody. So whether your group win or your team wins, all of us are winners. I've listened carefully to other experts who have spoken. One of them is Ola, and who has encouraged all the participants to build their brand out there and by showcasing their portfolio in the right manner. So that's a lesson, something that worth taking note of. So I will be announcing group D and J. So I'm happy to Lara and Foyi, I believe I'm the right track.
So you're announcing the second runner-up for Azure.
The second runner-up and the third runner-up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I am going to announce the second runner-up and the third runner-up, and I'm happy to announce that the Group D is the second runner-up. So I believe you should get a round of applause for them. And it's not easy, despite the time that the time that the team member or the group member have, and they still come together to come up with something and able to clinch to the second runner-up position. So that is worth celebrating. So the third runner-up goes to Group G. So congratulations to the groups, and well done for the job you've done, for the project you built and all that. So I just want to say a few things and to encourage you as you are going into the market, because this anniversary is like a graduation ceremony to you. Now you've been molded. You've gone through the project phases. You've been able to start from the beginning and be able to get to the execution phase. I am now graduate to go into the market. So the marketplace is very large. So like people have already said before, you need to keep on the connection into keep building and keep learning. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Imo. So you've only announced the second runner-up. We've not announced the first runner-up, please. So
no, the first runner-up, I wasn't given that. It's based on the information given to me. I was asked to announce only the second runner-up and the third runner-up.
Okay.
The first.
All right. Sorry.
To announce the first. Yeah.
Lara, please, who is doing that announcement, please?
Yes, we can. Sis, I think you can go ahead with
the
first
all right. Okay, so Imo, this is the first runner-up. Group D.
Okay.
All right. So you can make the announcement, please.
Group D. Group D is Group D the first runner-up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the Group D is the first runner-up in this case, right? MJ, can you confirm that?
Yes.
So the top three are short track, and the first runner-up goes to Group D, Team D in particular. So I think we should give them a round hand of applause. And the team member is John in person. So we need to clap for him and other members for a job well done. So the second runner-up goes to. Can you bring that up?
So I think you've announced that before group.
Okay, yes, Group G. Actually, based on the information I got, I thought first runner-up was going to, second runner-up was going to Group Team D, while third runner-up was going to Team G. So apologies for the mix-up. So now
No
the second
problem.
runner-up is Team G, and one of the team members present here is Miracle Clement. So congratulations to the team. Thank you for a job well done. All right.
Thank
So we
you.
have the
Thank
third
you so much,
runner-up
Imo.
you're welcome. Do we have
Yeah.
the third runner-up?
Yes, yes,
I think she is announcing that.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you for
much.
having me. Bye. You're welcome.
Is she on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you see my
Okay.
screen?
Amazing. The two powerful women. You know, you remember when we talk about women empowerment those days, now is as a dream that is already actualized. I say kudos to both of you, and
Thank
it's
you.
more that I've ever imagined in my dreams, and it's something that I say thank you for us in Nigeria. Thank you for Africa. Thank you. Okay, I'm announcing the winner, and before I announce the winner, I was privileged to be part of the judges. Now, irrespective of who wins or who is at the bottom, I noticed each of the team. They are very articulated, and there was a team that one lady was there. I didn't remember her name. And instead, she could not, they have a common problem, location, time zone, but she was able to build a solution, and to be able to build a solution on an infrastructure like Azure and present it as a normal presentation. It shows that every one of them, even the person at the bottom, is also somebody to watch out for in future. So the winner for this, so everybody is a winner for me, but for the book's sake and for Techstylers is, can you put it up for me?
Yeah. Team E.
Let's clap. E. Group E, well done. I think that's the presentation that we watched earlier. So kudos for your work and for your effort, and that is a very great, innovative way of preparing you for the market, because if we have all of Jimmy in our days, this is just a shape. I'm telling you, for shaping people to begin their life and career in IT in a very, very speedy, precise way. And I say, thank you. And as I said before, even to the person at the bottom, I saw that spirit that irrespective of where they are, they could make changes to their challenges. And we're happy that we're having this in Nigeria. Although the winner is global, I guess, but
yes.
I everybody, thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Techstylers, and keep the spirit moving and keep the work going. Don't relent. And I know very soon we'll be having people with different business startups that is coming up from this. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Ogashe. We appreciate you. We appreciate the work you've done for the community, both in Nigeria, in West Africa, in the entire Africa. A lot of us have the foundation of our community work from you. I remember the first day you called me, when you come and speak for us, this was so many years ago, I think 2019. I was like, gosh, are you going to pay me? You said, which payments? Come and impact the community, Joe. What are you talking about payments for, And that day I went there, and spoke at that event. And since then, I've never looked back from giving back to the community. So there's no way I can tell my community story without you. So thank you so much for being there for us, for showing us that there is greater good in giving back, paying it forward, and for also encouraging us to continue to support the women as well. So we're really grateful. Thank you for joining us today, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you also for this job. I peeped into that program one time. I saw what you guys were giving people. I said, God, I started recommending people, ladies, just go and meet Techstylers. Because I saw a professor one day. I said, a professor from one university in England. And we have so many people in the community that are not. So the reach this year was far and reaching. So I will still continue to tell people to come to you, because I think there is stuff that they need to have and need to get from this set. Thank you very much. God bless every effort you are
doing. Thank you. Okay. Sis, moving on, please.
Yeah, all right, thank you. So moving on to the Power Platform track, we're going to start with our second runner-up, which is the third position for the Power Platform. And to present that, we'll be calling on two people because we have a tie in that position. So we'll start with Ahmed to help us announce the first person on the second runner-up track. And then Deji will help us, Oga Deji, I hope you're online, to announce the other group. Please, can you mute your mics?
I am online. Good afternoon.
Welcome, sir.
How are you? I'm excited, sincerely. I'm in my car. I must just join and do this. I have to park somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, you can go ahead, please.
Okay. So, well, since there's a tie, the first person I'm going to announce on the second runner-up for the application development team, I will be announcing that amazing group. Everybody in that team, they've done so well. I mean, the app development group, they've done wonderfully well. But there is no way, we must always identify best out of the best. And I remember I told them I'm ready to invest in those applications that I saw. So the second runner-up is going to no one but group letter E. Group E, that's a thank you very much. And this group, they've done wonderfully well. And they have quite a number of group members, amazing people in that group. And they've done a whole lot of great job from the mocking up their app. And after mocking up their app, developing the app, showcasing the app with lot and lot of things within it. So thank you very much, Group E. And I want to encourage you, keep up that wonderful work. Go out there and make exploits. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. A big well done to Team E. Like Mr. Didi said, we're all winners, but we just, for the sake of the process, we have to do this. So thank you so much for the team members of Team E. All right, so we'll call on Ahmed now, who's online, to announce the second team that there was a tie. There was a tie with Team E and another amazing team. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Fuyin and everyone. And this is fantastic to be sincere. So I've been watching all along, and I've been following all along, and it's amazing. And just like everybody said, um, everyone is actually the winner. Okay, and of course, we all know that. We don't want you to see yourself as not being probably a winner or something, because you have learned so far from what you have done, and that's the most important thing here. And so, in order not to waste much of time, so the winner for the second run up is Group J. And well done. So this is nice, and I don't want to talk about what they have done, but what they have done, because we don't have time. It's very fantastic, and it's great to learn what they have done with the concept, the integration, with the presentation, and so fantastic, right? So, all right, I think that's it for me, for you.
Yes, thank you very much. But don't go. We still have one more assignment for you, Mr. Ahmed. All right, moving on very quickly to our first runner-up. Our first runner-up will be announced by Mr. Deji.
Okay. So the top three, we are looking at the first runner-up. This group, they've done amazingly well. And there is no other group but group letter C. Let's jam us together for this group. They've done wonderfully well. So the first runner-up for the app development, group C. So can we have the group come up?
Well done, Group C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf
All
of Group
right.
C, thank you.
Thank you so much. We have them here. Thank you. Well done. Big well done. All right. I'm moving on to the last but not the least. We'll just give. All right. So while we're doing that, I don't know if any of the judges want to call out some things that stood out to you in some of the team that we have already announced, like Team J, Team E, Team C. You want to just say one or two things about what stood out to you about their presentation?
Okay.
Yes.
So far it's been great, and I've when I was looking at the first assessment we did, and when I was looking at what they have done within the space of time, and I realized that if they are given more time, they will also, you know what I'm saying, that they will do more, more and give more, to what they have done. You understand? But the key thing is that within that space of time, is that actually what they wanted to see, what they can do within very short period of time, and that's what they're going to face in the project, in the real life project. You'll be given a timeline, and that timeline you have to meet it, and this is what you have done. You understand? And within the space of time, you're able to do it fantastically well. And I wanted to say, first of all, in terms of presentation, right? That's the first thing. Sometimes when you face customer, how do you present your solution to the customer? You understand? That's the first thing. And the second thing is how you're able to map all those technology together, in terms of integrating this, why you're able to do this, bring the Power BI together, why you need the Power BI, why you're able to use the flow, and and so on and so forth like that. The flow metrics there was there, And this was actually, the fantastic things. I mean, in terms of technical accuracy, the reason why you have to use these and what they do with these and so on and so forth. And also in terms of access management, security admin, and so on and so forth. So this actually capture some things in my thinking as well. So I really like the fact that it was well presented, and also the technology products that were integrated, and that's the power of Power Platform. You're able to integrate those powers together, Power BI, Power Apps, and the Canvas apps, and so on and so forth. So it's great
Yes.
to learn all of these things.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think one thing that is commendable to all the teams is that the people showed up. So we had some teams that when they came on, they were the only ones. There were just two of them. They didn't see so many people. But regardless of that, they were not discouraged. They still went ahead to do the project. I think that's one thing I really observed, and it was very commendable. Yes, Ayodele.
Yes, so I'm about saying that I saw a lot of teamwork, synergy in their presentation, but there are some groups that we did not really have much of this. I don't want to mention the name of the group. During the presentation, they only left one lady to stand in for the group. And it was so obvious that the lady has a strength in one part. So she was trying to make sure her presentation is all around that part, which is strategy, but we needed people from other parts to speak to some of those things. So there's teamwork, but I love that zeal. Despite the fact that other team members did not really come up, she still decided to move forward. So one thing I would like to say is this: that energy you guys have put into this, please keep it up. Let that spirit keep burning. Now, out there in the world, there are lots and lots of challenges. If anybody tells you that the journey is like driving through a BRT lane in Lagos, Nigeria, then I will tell you it might not likely be like that. So, but the spirit is anywhere I find myself, then let me make sure I drive on. If the going gets tough, the tough ones will get going. So thank you I can see the names of those powerful Group C members. Oh, thank you very much for putting this up. So Group C, I want to once again appreciate you for the great work done. They are the first runner-up, and they are about 12. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, in that group, and they've done amazingly well. Their presentation is actually top-notch, and I remember I mentioned it. I'm ready to invest into this. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Sorry, I see Imo's hand up. I'm not sure if you have a
Yes,
question.
I just want to quickly. No, not really a question anyway. Just to speak to the Azure team, Azure track. I really want to thank the Techstylers and the tech mentors as well. During the time we were judging the project, we observed something. So maybe this can be taken as a feedback, because the participant will go out there and they'll be using various Azure resources for various purposes. So we see that the project were majorly focusing on the Azure infrastructure. So we recommended during that time that they should try out other Azure resources like the app service or the platform as a service. So instead of just focusing on the infrastructure as a service, so the team can, as they go into the world to learn, they can explore also how to use the platform as a service as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much. That's a wonderful feedback. We appreciate, and we can take that into our next cohort as well. Thank you so much. All right,
Okay,
moving on
welcome.
to the what we've been waiting for, Ahmed, for the app development team.
Yeah.
We have our over to you. Master
Okay. Okay. This is fantastic. Before I announce this first winner, right? First of all, let me appreciate the Techstylers, the team, the let me say it's the fantastic team. You guys are fantastic. You guys are powerful women, and you have done fantastic things that have never others have not done before. And this is great. And that's one thing. And also, I'm just happy to talk about one thing about probably a few things about this theme particularly. And one thing I'm so happy about it, which everyone, I mean, most people will agree with me, is that first, in terms of understanding the scenario, they actually understand what they are actually dealing with, the scenario, the situation, I mean, the problem, and they came up with something creative to be able to solve that issue. And in terms of solution design also, and this will also is something that's well structured. And
I have so much schedule, like busy schedule, but sometimes when people don't know I live
okay, so well structured and well. Sorry, actually somebody speaking there. And then so it was a very great one, and also the components they have used together as well. And I'm so happy about that. And they're able to present this solution in such a way that they actually went deep and able to show us where they actually did it from the back end. Trying if we would give them more time, they were able to show us how they even build it one after the other. This is great. This is fantastic. It's from start to finish. But then, like we said, you guys are all winners, and you all learn from all of this. I think that's the key things you learn from it, from what you have done. You learn from it. First, you learn the teamwork, collaboration, creativity, and also how to communicate and presentation. That's what you need to hold yourself with. Forget about who win or something. Just hold yourself with that, and that's and you are there. Okay.
Yeah.
So
The suspense is building up.
And I love it. I love the way the suspense.
All right.
Are you sure we're going to announce this today? Maybe we should announce it tomorrow. And the winner is Team I.
Well done, Team I.
Well done, Team I. Well done. Fantastic. You guys are
all right. Thank you
done
so
pretty well.
much. Thank you so much, our special judges, Ahmed, Imo, Ayodeji, for joining us today to announce the winners of this Techstylers Tech Deep Dive Cohort 5. An amazing well done to all of the winners and everyone who made an effort to put together a project that was presented 2 weeks ago. A big well done. Like Ahmed has said, these are real life skills that you have just built. You have projects in your office and people are not going to show up and you have to get it done. So what you've experienced now is what you're going to actually experience in the real world. And all of the lessons that you have learned from it are things that you're going to take forward with you. So thank you so much and a big well done to everyone. All right, so move on quickly. I think we have about 2 items left on our agenda. Thank you for staying true to this time with us to celebrate. You are very well appreciated. Is Rachel on?
So I think before Rachel, I think we still have some awards to announce, which you're going to still do. I don't know who is announcing this, but is Lara there? Lara, is it Rachel? I just want to be sure.
Rachel is up next.
Okay, for the other participants award.
The Rachel is for testimonials.
The participants award, who is the
participant award is I think we can is Lara, or we can.
And that's why. Lara, yeah. I think that should come after now with the awards, please, so that because of time, I think we should do that immediately. Then Rachel does the part. Yeah.
The feedback. All right.
Yes, the feedback.
We can go ahead. We can.
So that we can conclude with award, please.
Yes. Yes. All right.
Okay. All right.
I'm here, live and direct.
Okay.
I'm here, live and direct.
All right then.
And so, because of this particular awards, we were like, okay, this particular award was so the first set of awards were from our judges' perspective, not the mentors, not the leaders. So this second segment, it was done purely by the participants. We told them to vote for people who they want to nominate for different positions, and they did that. So their cohort 5 participants, this is all you giving us your feedback in some way. And I'll be doing this with Blessing because we had engagement with the cohort 5 participants. So some of them, even just blinking, we know that, okay, this is this person's message. We have an idea of the person's message that we'll be viewing. So the first award that I would like to call is best team player. So I mean, like judges have mentioned, everybody's a team player, everybody has put in their efforts, but this was your feedback to us from your different teams and from the cohorts. Purely, no mentors added to it, nobody else added to it, just you. So the best team player, that is somebody that we felt, so the category of the award was because we felt like there was a point in time in the project where teams were not cooperating. People wouldn't show up for meetings, people wouldn't come together. Some teams, like we saw, maybe just one person or two persons showed up. So we're like, oh, there has to be some teams where people are pulling their weights. And so we thought to just ask questions. And the person that was presented to us as best team player, however you interpret it, the people that nominated it, we want to say thank you. Nominated the person, we want to say thank you, and we trust that the person will carry it forward. And she's one of those people that are presented today, fortunately for her team, and that is Adeshewa.
Lara, you didn't put so much suspense. You just let it out that way.
Yeah, she didn't.
All right then.
Blessing, did you say I didn't?
I said you did not add the SWAT. You did not add the SWAT. You don't want us to clap.
Like we planned that.
Roll,
Like we
roll.
planned. Because we still have some. So
we'll be heading over to the most improved participants. So the most improved participants was, we are looking for the person that from the beginning he or she wasn't really performing so well, but then over time the person improved. And like Lara has said, you are the ones that nominated, and then this time I'm going to do drum roll. I'm not seeing any reaction. If I don't see reaction, I'm not going to call the name. Let me get some reactions. Some thumbs up, some thumbs up, some thumbs up, some thumbs up. Nothing is
Rolling
coming.
the drum. We're rolling
Yes,
the drum.
you need, including the drum roll. No reactions. That means you don't want to get this person. Yes. Ngozi Ezemba, and there is someone else, Uzamaka Ogweli. Congratulations to both of you. Both of you were nominated to be the most improved participants. Then the next one we have is Outstanding Leadership Award. All right. So Outstanding Leadership Award, that's the person that was very exemplary in leading other students, in leading other team, coordinating, supporting, now the big auntie, the big uncle, ensuring that everyone was doing so well. So this time around, I didn't get the drum rolls, I didn't get the reactions. We have over 40 persons on this call and no one is reacting. Let me get some thumbs up or some thumbs down if you don't want for us to call the person. Thumbs up, some claps, some reaction. Should I call name? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, and drum rolls. Yeah, Uzamaka, we're proud of you too. Some drum rolls for the next person. Keep clapping for the next person. The Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Mariam. I don't know how to pronounce the last name, so Lara, please help me so that she doesn't crucify me later. Congratulations, Mariam.
Is Oyatile.
Oh, thank you very much. Marian, Lara completes it. So thank you very much. And congratulations, Marian. Congrats. The next award goes to the Tech Enthusiast Award. So the Tech Enthusiast is someone that's been willing and longing to learn, improve, learn from this part, that part, trying to understand what's happening in the whole tech ecosystem. So we gave it to you guys and you selected. Then
and before we say the person, this person is very we have already announced the person. She there's sometimes when I see my WhatsApp chat and then I will just see some chat, I'm like, okay, so how do we resolve this? Okay, have you spoken with your tech mentor? Were you able to speak with them? And then she's like, oh, okay, I'll reach out to them. Or, oh, I don't know how to do this. So let's. She's already laughing. We're like, oh, just reach out to them. Maybe they can help. And very, very touching. Something that happened. MJ, permit me to mention this.
Please go ahead.
She was the one that also took the presentation for her team today. So fortunately, the people that I am announcing are those people that presented for their teams today. One of those people that presented, and her team worked very tirelessly on their projects. They came out as the tops. That was Team I. But for her in particular was the fact that there was no network where she was. There was no internet connection. She had to go to another location that was not so convenient and farther from her residence, or farther from where she would call somewhere that's comfortable for her, to make sure she got the presentation up and running. And as at, I think, 5 a.m. this morning, right, MJ? Is it 5 a.m.?
Yeah.
5 a.m. this morning, there was a dry run going on because she wouldn't want to present without going through a dry run. So I just want to acknowledge the efforts that she has actually put in to this. And so Love, we appreciate you. And it was your team members that that nominated you for this.
And the fact, to add to what Lara said, when I spoke with her yesterday, she said because of the protest and the internet has been quite very poor. And if you're in Nigeria, if you know the part where it is quite very hot is the northern state. And when she told me she's in Kaduna, even when I wanted to get angry that the group has not been responsive, I couldn't say any other thing. I just told Dara, I said, oh, all I could just type for her is that just be safe, be safe. So, you see the passion beyond all, beyond all challenges and all of that she's trying to make. So I'm really, really happy for you, Love. Kudos to you. Really, really deserve this. Yeah. Lola, please go on. I didn't steal your show.
Yes. Congratulations, Love. That's very exceptional, very commendable. We hope you continue to keep this up as you proceed, and I'm definitely sure that it will open so many doors for you and to take you lots of places. Of course, you already have fans here. You already have MJ as one of your biggest fans. So with her backing you, be sure, just mention MJ anywhere you go and you see doors opening. Like, you can break doors, not to worry. So we have the next award going to the community builder. That's someone that is always ready, at least always available online, responsive, helping. Oh, someone has a question, he or she is quick to jump in to support. And the person is no other but let's see the name. Onyinyechi Nwachukwu. Onyinyechi, thank you for that great job, for showing up for others, for supporting when you can, for being always available to even jump in when others, when you are struggling and learning, but you're even still making your time available to support others. Then the next we have is problem solver. Problem solver, the one that is always trying to fix issues, and you know how it is, to try to address, even find some problems so that he or she can solve it. Right? Drum rolls. Can we guess who the problem solver would be? So drum rolls, drum rolls. We have Chinenye Okoro as the winner, or as the person as the problem solver. So Chinenye, thank you for always trying to decipher problems and solve them. Your team members are nominated you to be the problem solver. That means you must have showed that to them. Well done. Congrats, congrats, congrats. And that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much, Lara. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Blessing and Lara, and congrats to all of the participants and the awardees. All right, so from the consensus of myself, MJ, and Ellie, we have one special award that we would like to give out today. And this award goes to someone who has consistently gone above and beyond since she started the role, even before when she was supporting. This award goes to someone who in the last 5 to 7 days has kept each of us up till 3 a.m. Nigerian time. And then I wake up at 7 and she's still online. I'm like, have you slept or have you woken up? Which one? You know? So when I'm saying my experience, Ellie is like, she also kept me up to 2 a.m. this morning. I'm like, she kept me up to 2 a.m. 2 days ago. MJ is like, she kept me up to 2 a.m. 3 days ago. I'm like, okay, you're keeping each and every one of us up to 2 a.m., which means that you're also been up to 2 a.m. consistently for the last couple of days to make sure that this anniversary, this cohort, this project showcase is successful. I'm sure some of you are already guessing kind of who this person is. So on behalf of okay, sorry, I'm actually supposed to hand over to Ellie. I was ready to present. I'm so excited about this award. Sorry, Ellie, over to you to do the presentation.
Yes, I mean, you can't be as excited about this award as much as I am. When you think of peppermint plus ginger, you know how hot that can be. I mean, this is how hot this lady is. And on behalf of the co-founder, Foyi and MJ, and giving me the privilege to announce this exceptional, what's the word now? Amazing, fantastic award. This is not just an award. This is a recognition that is going to be posted. Taiwo, I hope you're around the corner, all over our social media, and also to recognize hard work and dedication. We know we all have worked so hard to get this to where it is, but this person has put in more than 100% as a volunteer without a dime, and also creating time from family time, from wifehood time, if there's a word like that, to ensure that this event being a success, and other events as well, and not just this one. So while the drums are rolling, I need to feel the energy in the room, the love and everything. I can't send some love. Send some love.
That's everything.
So I'm privileged. I know how. Lara Ajidola. Can we have the certificate, please? Thank you so much, Lara. We love you from the depth of our heart. Thank you to you and your team. And thank you for waking us up and not allowing some of us to have 3 hours sleep at least. Hopefully. But thank you for all you do. And thanks to your family as well, especially your children. I'm sure they've missed you so much, for the past couple of months now because of the, the love you've shown to us. Thank you so much.
So can
thank
people see my screen? I have to be sure that I'm presenting it.
Yes, it's amazing. Thank you,
All
Koyin.
right
Thank
then.
you,
Thank you.
for
Thank
this
you.
opportunity. So, Lara, I'm sure you have one or two things to say. Thank you.
Okay. um, I'm highly elated. Thank you so much for the recognition. Thank you for the award. Um, at some point, someone was asking me if they want, if that they wanted to send me some form of gift, and I was like, oh no. I think paying it forward and being able to impact lives weighs a lot more than silver, gold. And I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to thank the co-founders for not giving up when the community was small, when maybe we were just 5 people, and otherwise we wouldn't be here today celebrating 4th year. So with the same energy of recognition, I also want to recognize you and recognize the leaders. I also want to recognize those that were leaders before I came on board, and to thank the community and thank the participants of the cohorts for responding to the calls, responding to the meetings, responding to questions, responding to the need for feedback and the engagement. I will let my family know because they'll be like, "Are you in a meeting again?" I'm like, "Okay." I'm on a call. They're like, "Okay." I'll extend that to them. And thank you to all the mentors. You made it possible. You made it possible, all the mentors. If you hadn't responded to maybe some of those impromptu ideas that just came up, we wouldn't have those events. Some of them were very random. Some of them were Titi, thank you. In fact, the most random Titi, Taiwo, Blessing. I could just call them like, no, please just help me do this. So let's quickly present this. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Foyin. Thank you, Yinka. Thank you, LA. Thank you for the gingerest of the ginger. Thank you. I really celebrate you. Franca, Choma, Gloria, Jacinta. Thank you. Yeah, that's one of my stakeholders in the background. Thank you. Thank you to everybody, tech mentors, the judges, the tech mentors, everyone. I really appreciate it, especially the community members and the other volunteers. Thank you. And by extension, we have made requests for volunteers. We are calling for volunteers. The form is in the box. Please fill, and we'll get back to you on that. Thank you. Titi, I'm not disturbing anybody. Thank you. Thank you for this moment. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, just one more thing to add. Sorry, for you and MJ. Just to let the community know that this lady resides in North America and she's working round the clock. I mean, for me, that's a big sacrifice.
And she's a mother.
She's a mother. She's an amazing wife as well. 6 hours difference is not a joke. Working round the clock, you know. So just to add to that as well. Thank you so much.
100%. And she joins the 9 a.m. calls. I'm like, how do you do it? It's 4 o'clock your time. You know, she doesn't miss any of those sessions. Thank you, Lara. We can go on and on because it's just amazing. Amazing dedication. Thank you so much. All right, moving forward. Thank you, Lara. Thank you. Thank you, Blessing, as well, for presenting the awards. We're almost done. I think we just have 2 more items and we're done for today. Thank you so much for staying with us. I've been watching the numbers and I've seen that we haven't experienced any drop even as we've progressed through. So it shows that you're already here with us as a community and you're very engaged. So a big thank you for that. So move on to our feedback now.
Okay.
Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, Laura. If you can share your screen. So hi everyone. So we are talking about the testimonials from everyone here. Thank you so much for tagging the community, for tagging Techstylers, using the hashtag, joining the community on Discord, being active, joining the community on TikTok and on Twitter, and also giving a testimonial on your personal experience concerning the program. And as you can see from the screen, these are actually testimonials from students who have actually participated in the cohort 5 program. Okay. And also you can see the different testimonials also, the continuation of the testimonials from the community. And don't forget to your project that you have worked on with your team. Don't forget to post it online, talk about it, tag your team members, talk about how you approach the problem, and tag the community. You can, like what Ola has said from the beginning of the call, you need to build a brand for yourself. You need to let people know that this is what you are doing, that this is what you have learned, and this is what you have gained from the program, from attending Techstylers cohort 5. So the next slide is the future plans.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you, everyone. Please, I really liked Adeshewa and Marianne's post on LinkedIn. It was so amazing. So please, we'll also want you to put out your experience there on LinkedIn. It will do two things. One, it also boost your profile, let people know, like Ola has said, the amazing things that you've done, through the last tech deep dive session. So please, it's homework for all of us on the call that participated in this program. Let's put it up on LinkedIn, tag all of us. Once you do, we'll reshare, we'll comment to increase your visibility as well, and let people know the amazing work that you've done. And in terms of the future plans that we have for Techstylers, would have upcoming is our AI for all. So we plan to have a session starting in September for everyone to come and learn and understand what AI is about. So what we'll be talking about, what is AI, how to use it securely. We know that a lot of us are using like ChatGPT and all that, but you need to understand how to do this in a secure manner. So you don't go off loading the LLM with your personal data. And then I'm also going to look at Microsoft 365 Copilots, which is a tool that would be very, very soon become like Microsoft Word, in the sense that everybody expects you as a 21st century employee to know how to use Word, Excel, PowerPoint. In that same way, they would expect you to be able to work smart and in an intelligent way using Copilot to enable you do your work faster. So it's a skill that you're going to need to know how to learn. So we're going to look at that, as well as we're talking about other tools, Microsoft Copilot Studio and other trending AI tools that can help you work smarter. As we all know, it's not about working hard, it's about working smart to achieve more and become more effective. And we have amazing line of our speakers ready to go. MJ is going to be one of the speakers, taking us deep dive into Microsoft 365 Copilot. I'm going to have Joy, who's a security expert, telling you how to use this tool securely. I'll also be taking a session as well. And many of our friends from the community will also come in to do deep dive on this session. So you don't want to miss it, right? And it's going to be 1 hour on Saturdays. We'll communicate the time to you, but just 1 hour session focused on each of the different topics that we'll have. And then it's really, really good for you. I myself, I'm not going to miss any of those sessions. So that's the AI for all session starting in September. Team expansion. Lara spoke about this. We're looking for people to join our Techstylers team. It's amazing. Myself and MJ started. We had a leadership team, 10 of us. And from there, we keep expanding and expanding. So as we're expanding, we also need more volunteers. So if you want to join our team, if you want to be a part of this amazing work, if you want to pay it forward. And one thing I know about community work, like I said when she was speaking, is you always become a better version of yourself, because it's a principle of life. Anyone who's out there doing stuff to help other people, it's not possible for your life to remain the same. It will automatically come back to you and you will be better in every area. So one of the things that we pride ourselves as Techstylers is we we impact people. So when you join our team, you learn a lot. You learn from Ellis, almost 30 years of experience, plus MJ's 25 years of experience, plus my 15 plus years, 20, sorry. I'm happy, you know. I'm from MJ's 20 years of experience. You work with me 15 plus years. You work with Lara 15 plus years as well. So all of the leaders, you are going to have the opportunity to work directly with us. Ola spoke about mentorship. And I was saying in the chat that when I go to mentors, I don't say, come and be my mentor. I say, what can I do for you? Oh, I saw this amazing thing. And I did this and this and this already in a proactive way. So one great way to tap into our time is to become part of the team. Because when you're part of the team, we have to connect with you. And then when you sit down with us, you also start to learn, oh, this is how things are done. This is, you understand? So the opportunities are tremendous and endless. So if you'd like to volunteer with us, please, Lara, where is the form? Please fill out the volunteer form. I don't even know where it is, but there should be a form somewhere for volunteers.
Blessing and I have posted it.
Thank you. And we're immediately going to add it a WhatsApp team that will have all of us in it as well. And then we're open to ideas. We want you to bring your fresh ideas. Everybody has something to give. I always tell, don't say I don't know anything. No, everybody has something to give, and you'll be amazed at what it is that you have that you can give to us. So that's about joining the team. That's about AI for all. Our Evolve conference is coming up. Woo! Well, we started our annual conference last year, and this was an idea from one of us, and she's very passionate about it. Ladies, we need to have a conference, you know, and we got on it, and it was great. And this year, we've locked down the date, 26th of October. We're going to have our annual conference, Techstylers Evolve. And we already have an amazing woman coming as our keynote speaker. Like she already said, yes, I'm coming, block my calendar. I want to come and talk about AI, about co-pilot, about everything everybody needs to know, and give some homework. So very influential. She's coming already for this. So we're already getting all hyped and gingered for the conference. So we'll send out the details about it. And we'll be bringing on some of you up as well to come and present like we did last year. We had a mixture of our community members, experts from the community, MVPs as well. So one of the things about Techstylers, we want to put you out there. So it's not all about, the leaders only. No. If you're a member of the community, want people to see you, want people to see what you can do. Like Ola said, when people see what you can do, then they know, so you're capable of doing this. And when an opportunity comes, just say, yes, this person in the community has done this. And trust me, I've done that for so many people. They just come to me and say, we need somebody that can do Power Apps. Do you have anybody that can do dashboards? I need someone that can come and join my team. Do you have anyone in your community? And how do I know? When you're out there doing these demos, doing this presentation, I'll say, yes, there's one fantastic person in our community, and we recommend. So that's how it works. And then our Tech Deep Dive cohort 6 is going to start April next year by God's grace. We're going to start early next year. So if you've benefited from this, if you want to invite your friends, people that, these Techstylers, come and learn. You know, we're not asking for a penny from anyone. We're doing all of this for free. Special thanks to our mentors. A lot of them are mentoring for us from cohort 1, and they have stayed true to cohort 5. So amazing women. If you were to pay for these lessons, I'm sure you know yourself how much it costs. So it's people's time, dedication. So invite people and show up for it as well. You can show up as a volunteer. We have people that were mentees before that are now moved to mentors, and that have even moved to MVPs as well. So that's the story of Techstylers. So these are the 4 key things that we have for you for now. Please don't just listen, engage, come for the AI for all session, volunteer, join the team, and let's start working towards our cohort 6. Thank you very much. I have, I think someone has a question. Olua Sheyi. Is that Ogashi? Sure. Please go ahead, and then MJ.
This your form to someone that just chatted me, wants to join a lazy team, and he's saying there is no permission. He needs permission. Can you check the form you just shared now?
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's check the form, please. Blessing that posted the. Okay, it's Lara. All right. We'll quickly do that. Thank you, sir, for the quick feedback. Okay, MJ.
Okay, so I just got a good news and I don't know how to pass it. So I've been dancing here, that's why I put off my camera. Yeah. So the good news is that you guys should guess. Let me make you guys guess. And I want the tech mentors, the leaders, Papa, to guess. Just guess so that
We have a new matron or patron.
no. So MD said because I mean she asked how she could support, and I told her that we already shared a 50% event of Microsoft. So she said the first 10 people to finish should come and write their exam and complete their 50% in Hashem. They should come and write their exam in the testing environment. Again, Titi said she's also donating, and I think our donation will take care of 2 or 3 persons. So I've been dancing here, and I guess also Veronica said she's donating, so I am overwhelmed. I have overwhelmed, yes. So MD actually has been waiting, but she said that the first 10 people to finish the course that we shared with you, and I think Lara shared it, where you guys are supposed to attend the virtual training, and then you're going to get a 50% voucher of the certification. So the first 10 people to finish, Blessing and Lara will coordinate that. You come over to Hashem and then you can use up the other 50. We'll provide you the 50% for you to write your exam. So you can write your exam there. And then Titi also is donating to ensure. So, I mean, I'm surrounded with very amazing people, you see. Thank you so much to you, Ma. Thank you, Titi. Thank you, Veronica. We cannot appreciate you guys enough. Thank you.
Thank you, MD. Is MD still on the call?
She left. She said she can't wait again.
Thank you so much. We'll make sure we send our thank you properly to her. Thank you so much, Madam Titi and Veronica as well. If you're on the call, we're so grateful. So you can see, you have everything you need now. So go and get your certification done. No excuses. All is paid for. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate this greatly. All right, I'm going to hand over to Joy now.
Hello. It's been a wonderful 3 to 4 hours. And unlike me, I would be distracted because I'll put myself in so many things. And for some reason, I have been only here because it's been so engaging. And like Fonyi said, I was also looking at the numbers, hoping that if we began to see a drastic drop, I would also chat to say, guys, and not until the last couple of minutes did we start seeing people leave, and that's okay. We had gotten to back, so it meant that we were doing something good. Thank you very much to every one of you who have made this journey worth it. From when our keynote speaker spoke up until now, there are key things that are the foundation at which Techstylers was built. The people, right? The focus, consistency, the growth mindset, the willingness. And these are the things I want you to think about as you make yourself available to be part of this community. I don't think there's anybody, if we had the opportunity to start telling our stories, those of us who it seems like you see our face in Techstylers, there's none of the stories that will tell you that did not come from a place of us making ourselves available. So I encourage every one of you to make yourselves available. Nothing is going to land on your feet if you don't make yourself available. My story is surrounded across so many people in Techstylers. It's just that they are very, very humble people that if I want to tell the story, they will pinch me and say, Joy, don't talk, because there are people that don't want you to mention. But I just want to, the reason why I'm saying this is that this is a community that is beyond just this training. It's a strong network of people. It's people that will sit in rooms and mention your name once you have proven to them that you have that integrity and you have that capability. These are people that don't need to see you and build a connection with you and push out your brand and push out visibility for you, and they've never seen you. I have never met the MD of Hashem. But if I start saying what I have benefited from her as a human being, and when we talk about benefit, you people sometimes, I've never met her. In fact, I have never seen, I was hoping she would turn on her camera so that I can see and I've seen her pictures, but I carry her placard everywhere because she's a woman that stands for women and speaks. So I wasn't, just hearing Jumoke say that she has given us, I was like, I just knew she was going to do something. She doesn't know how to just be there and not help women thrive. And so I encourage you that please take advantage of this community. Don't go back and sit down and in January write your what's New Year resolution. Stop that. Don't do that. Push yourself. You have gotten this platform. Push yourself. There were 10 projects. You did only one. You have 9 other projects to engage yourself in. There was just one project team you were part of. You have 9. If you were working in a company and you did 9 projects, you are already a solution architect, right? So you have 9 projects to play around with from now till whenever to become that super that you are. You have a community of people, you have resources that you can leverage on. I encourage you all. We want to see you strive. We want to see you succeed. We want to see you be able to take what you have learned and giving back to people. Secondly, lots of you struggle to talk about what you have done. And trust me, it's an issue with women. I know we have lots of men allies here. I encourage you. In the world of today, if you not sell your market, nobody go buy. That's the world of today. If you don't speak about what you do, nobody's going to know. I used to be like that. For me, I just loved my job and I didn't care. If I was the kind of person they'll be talking about promotion in the office and I would not even go and meet. In fact, some bosses didn't like me because I would never come and meet them. I enjoyed my work. But the world we live today, if you not sell yourself, you will only be busy. And like when you said, it's not by your activity. So sell yourself on social media. Right? Why we have other people using social media to do other things that are related to their visibility? Why can't we do the same in our own? This is your own content creation. This is your own skit making. There are so many ways you can create, content with tech. Leverage on it and push yourself out there. The experience you get, money cannot pay for it. Today, if you come to me one-on-one mentoring, the cheapest I'll charge is 500,000. And you are getting it free in Techstylers. Many of us will mentor you just because you're in Techstylers free. We would not take money from you because we believe that you're in Techstylers and we just leverage on it and reach out. I am encouraging you. By the time we are calling out for our conference, we want so many of you to be so empowered that you will take beginner series of the conference showcasing what you have done. God bless you to everybody, to all the mentors who have given their time to Techstylers. It's only God that can reward you for the time and effort. I joined Techstylers, I think, at year 2, and there are people that I know that have been consistent in Techstylers. Like, you won't even hear them. Once there's a time, it's like they've booked this slot in their life, year in, year out, for Techstylers. You always see them. God bless you. The leaders are very, very grateful to you. Thank you for your time. Thank you to Lara and Blessing. I remember when we had our year meeting, we just started and we listed all the things that we wanted to improve on from 2023. To look at us today, I'm so eager of when we start having our meeting at the end of the year for next year, to look at how much we have done because of these 2 ladies who have pushed themselves, and guess what? It did not come without fight. Oh, Blessing, I just remember the first basketballs we had with you. And to think that my point is, many of you want to do things, and because you're afraid of being corrected, because you're afraid of being spoken to, because you're afraid of being criticized, you step back. That's where growth mindset comes. Go and Google what growth mindset is. Push yourself and become that leader that you want to be. Push yourself and achieve that thing. You can do it. I spoke somewhere and I said, the tech world is not going to go extinct. There are several careers. I think it was the man who was in civil engineering that was almost making that statement. There are certain careers that would go away because of how life has evolved. Tech is going nowhere. Tech is evolving. And the good thing about our kind of community, allow me to brag about the kind of people you have here. We see positions where we know where technology is going. We're not just one of those shori boot camps and community. Like I told you, our leaders are very posh people. They don't like to celebrate themselves. People like me, I have big mouth, and I'll tell you with every sense of humility, but showcasing what we have. we sit in very top places and we know what's on board. We know what would put you at the front of the market. We know what will make you employable. We know what will make people spot you out. And that's what we do every year. So we know our onions. Take advantage of us. Use us to scale that ladder and push us out there so that we can get all the visibility, because we're free service. So we also need visibility, we need sponsorship, and it's when you speak about us that we'll travel far, we'll travel wide. I'm a beneficiary of Techstylers. I got to cybersecurity award, global award. I didn't win. And I think I've mentioned to Foyi and Jumoke, the lady who won mentioned Techstylers as one of the things. So it meant that she had seen my response and gone to check, because when she was giving her speech, she said, Joy, thank you for what you do for Techstylers. And I went and I saw that we don't know her from anywhere. So it meant that she took time to probably read about us, because these were some of the things I put out there. That's how people are seeing us, you know. That what we do would help you speak out. You can apply for awards for volunteering when you volunteer in a community. So please come and join us. Not to take much of your time. Have a wonderful weekend. We love you all. And we want you to join our team so that we can push this, because we know you have wonderful ideas that can take us to the next level. God bless you. And picture time, please turn on your cameras, because we're going to take pictures now.
Thank you so much, Joy.
Please show your faces. We love your faces. Please show your faces. We're waiting on you. 2 more minutes. We must leave here exactly 5 or 5:02. So show your faces. We will not take more than 2 minutes. Show your faces. Thank you. Thank you. Where are all our mentors that are still on the call? Please show your faces. We need this picture. At least let all the frame complete. Okay, give me 4 people. If others don't want to show, I need 4 people to fill up this slot. 3 more people. Fill up the gaps. And then we... Thank you, sir. 1 more person. Ogashe, my hands are up, sir. Thank you. 1 more person. Fill up. Cephas, turn on your camera. You did awesome in this cohort, so turn on your camera. Let's see your face.
Yeah, we already have 1 more person from Taiwo's screen. We have 1.
Okay, good. So anybody that has the complete screen can take. Mine doesn't have the complete, like there are gaps in my own. So somebody who has complete take. Let's go. Cheese. 1, 2. Are you done?
Yeah, I caught one. I'll drop it in the chat window.
One tip for you. We are going to be 5 years next year. Are you sure you want to be by the sideline when we're celebrating 5 years? Trust me, you want to fill that volunteer form. You want to be part of that our 5-year anniversary, because it go loud. Have a wonderful evening.
Oh, beautiful. I love that rap. I love it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Thanks, Solomon. Thanks, Oluwatobi, Yusuf. We really appreciate. Thank you, Kayode. I can see you guys. You've been with us from the beginning, and amazingly, your team, they all won. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. Annabelle, thank you. Every one of you, we're so happy for your contribution. Yeah. All right, everyone. Bye from my end. It's been a long day.
We're proud of you all. Bye.